Chapter 1852. The waiter was extremely disappointed. He thought he would be able to find some clues about Tang Zheng, but in the end he came up empty-handed. However, a bottle of faith power was more important than anything else. The waiter carefully put away the primordial wood bottle and placed the jade box in Tang Zheng's palm. His face lit up with joy. The mysterious sky divine technique is yours. Tang Zheng did not even have the time to open the jade box before he was hurriedly dragged away by another waiter, who said, "Young hero, it won't be too late to study the sky profound divine technique after you by our saint beheading blade." In a flash, Tang Zheng was next door. The waiter pointed at a long stone box and said, "The Saint Slayer blade is in there. Give me a bottle of faith power and it's yours." The waiter handed over the bottle with both hands, his eyes full of fanatical expectation. The power of faith was inexhaustible for Tang Zheng. He didn't think too much about it. He took the bottle and immediately returned it to the waiter, reaching out to snatch the stone box. The waiter held the bottle with both hands, treating it like a treasure. He carefully rushed into the back room, ignoring Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng strode out of the shop with the jade box in one hand and the stone box in the other. There were too many people and too many eyes. He entered a secluded path, his eyes full of expectation. Let's take a look at the mysterious heaven divine art first. Bang! The jade box opened, and a ray of light shot out. It was incomparably mysterious. Tang Zheng narrowed his eyes, picked up the jade slip, and sank his consciousness into it. A cultivation method appeared in his mind. Tang Zheng's expression changed slightly. This cultivation method was indeed called the mysterious heaven divine art, but it was far from what the waiter had introduced. Saint Realm's secret manual? With Tang Zheng's insight, he could naturally see that the mysterious heaven divine art didn't live up to its name. An ominous feeling welled up in his heart. He hurriedly opened the stone box, and a sharp light rushed out. Waves of blade hummed incessantly, and the multicolored blade light was exceptionally dazzling. However, when his gaze fell on the blade, his heart skipped a beat. With a bang, the stone box and the Saint Slayer blade crashed into the wall and exploded into pieces. Like the heavenly mysterious divine technique, the so-called sacred slaying blade that could kill a Saint Realm cultivator did not live up to its name. His presentiment was confirmed. He had been tricked. He had just arrived here, and he had already been deceived by two waiters from the immortal realm. If news of this were to spread, wouldn't he become a laughingstock? He would lose all his face. He looked around. Fortunately, no one else saw him. Otherwise, where would his face be cut off? In the end, he laughed, shook his head, and sighed. I was too careless. In the realm of the gods, the god race and the human race exist side by side. The human race lives under the pressure of the god race, so how can they be ordinary people? Especially this waiter of the inn. He's been dealing with all kinds of people since a long time ago. It wasn't difficult for him to fool me. His anger gradually subsided, and his interest was piqued. The waiter is so eager to get the power of faith, but it's definitely not for them to enjoy. There's someone else behind the scenes. If I can find the person behind the scenes, I might be able to get the heavenly god technique. With that, I'll be able to see the magnificence of the unprecedented person in the realm of the gods. Compared to the new heavenly book, I'll definitely be able to discover more. He turned and walked toward the two shops. From afar, he saw that the doors of the two shops were tightly shut. They were no longer welcoming customers. They closed so quickly. As expected, they've gotten some benefits and lied to me. They're afraid that I'll come back and cause trouble. Tang Zheng understood in an instant. He stopped himself from rushing forward to ask what was going on. There were too many people around. If he smashed down their doors, it would inevitably lead to unnecessary trouble, especially when there were soldiers patrolling the streets. These were all the subordinates of the god race. He did not want to expose his identity too early. He had always shown his true face, but no one had paid much attention to his appearance. This meant that Yuan Ying's clone was not known by many in the realm of the gods. Perhaps only some of the god race knew about him. Tang Zheng might as well directly and openly show his face to the others. It's easy for you to cheat my power of faith, but you don't know that it's my power of faith. It's connected to my mind and is equivalent to my guiding light. The corners of Tang Zheng's mouth curled up into a smile. He found that the power of faith was in these two shops, which meant that they did not take it away. I'll wait for you. I'll see where you'll take the power of faith in the end. Tang Zheng leisurely toward the city. He passed by some shops. The shop assistants were also shouting with all their might, each offering their so-called treasures. With a lesson learned from the past, Tang Zheng smiled and went away. He focused on observing the practitioners around him. Their cultivations were poles apart. There were all kinds of cultivations. There was no lack of masters of the Mahayana realm among them. However, he did not see a single person of the same realm cultivation. Unknowingly, he came to the center of the city. A magnificent building emerged from the ground like bamboo shoots standing in front of him. He looked up. This building was very tall and majestic. It was actually 100 feet tall. There was a mysterious and unfathomable power faintly coming out from it. It seemed to be a different world from the outside world. The passing practitioners all avoided it, not daring to get close. This building was like a devil's den hell. Tang Zheng's gaze was finally attracted by a plaque. There were 3 ancient words, City Lord's Mansion, written on it. These 3 words contained some kind of mysterious power. This person's calligraphy is extremely good. Just looking at these 3 words is enough to attract people. Tang Zheng sighed. The gate of the city, Lord's Mansion, was heavily guarded. As if sensing his gaze, the guard looked up. His eyes were like fire with a burning magic power. However, the guards did not see anything because Tang Zheng had already left without causing the slightest ripple. After a big circle, Tang Zheng found a clue. There were many practitioners in this city, but no one was flying on a weapon. Whether it was ordinary practitioners or the strict soldiers, they all moved forward step by step. For practitioners, flying on a weapon was simple and fast. However, even if these practitioners were in a hurry, they were still stepping on the ground. This was greatly beyond his expectations. Tang Zheng lowered his head and looked at the ground thoughtfully. Suddenly, he looked up at the sky again and smiled knowingly, I know. It turned out that the inside of the city was completely different from the outside. The inside of the city was set up with a complex array specifically to restrict people from flying. Once a person flew on a weapon, they would trigger the array, which would lead to a fatal disaster. The fighting strength of practitioners in the city was sharply reduced. This must be the means of the god race. The power of practitioners in the city is weakened. Even if there are rebellious practitioners, they can't make any big waves in the city. Tang Zheng pondered for a while and saw through the mystery. He didn't challenge this array. With a thought, the 2 bottles of faith power moved. He, Shenruo, passed through the streets without leaving a trace and came to the front of the shop in an instant. The doors of the 2 shops were opened slightly, and the 2 waiters' figures flashed as they exited the shop. They looked at each other and snorted coldly. Then they moved like rabbits and ran toward the same direction in the city. The fish finally took the bait. Chapter 1853. Although the 2 of them couldn't fly, their speed was still very fast. Finally, the 2 of them stopped in front of a pitch-black door. This door faintly emitted a gloomy aura, as if there was a terrifying existence behind it. Whoosh, whoosh. The 2 of them took a deep breath and adjusted their breathing. Their faces were filled with fear as they clenched their teeth and pushed open the black door. Creak! The black door made a hoarse sound as it slowly opened. A gust of cold wind blew out, causing people to tremble in fear. Tang Zheng stood at the corner and took in the whole scene. A hint of doubt flashed through his eyes. What is this place? Why is the cold wind blowing and the yin energy so strong? Bang! The black door closed, blocking Tang Zheng's vision. Even the yin energy, disappeared in a flash as if it had never appeared. Tang Zheng stopped in his tracks. Behind this door was filled with strangeness. Could it be that this place had some connection with the ghost realm? Who cares what's going on? Let's go in and take a look. Soon, everything will be clear. Tang Zheng walked straight to the black door. Just as he was about to jump in, he realized that the air around him was fluctuating. He took a closer look and found another clue. It's a formation again. There's actually a formation set up in front of this black door, and he had almost touched it. Tang Zheng smiled coldly. How can a mere formation stop me? Pop! He pointed his finger, and a gust of energy entered the ground in front of the black door. The fluctuating air stopped abruptly and completely calmed down. The formation was broken. Whoosh! Tang Zheng jumped and flipped into the courtyard silently. However, when he raised his head to take a look, he was shocked. There was actually nothing behind the courtyard. There was only a piece of barren land, and the two waiters had disappeared without a trace. However, the feeling of the power of faith was still there. Tang Zheng didn't care about exposing his whereabouts and quickly followed this feeling. The waiters walked through the barren land as if there was no end. They said in fear, "This place is too terrifying. If it wasn't because I had no other choice, I really didn't want to come here. This is already the boundary of Fengdu, a place for the dead. Which living person would want to come here?" A waiter said with a trembling voice. "Sigh, I'm afraid no one would have thought that the deity arts were actually hidden in Fengdu. This is a place of ghosts, so no one would dare to come and steal it. Shoo, be careful, the walls have ears. So what if it's Fengdu? If the gods know about it, can Fengdu stop them? It's just a piece of cake." That's right. That's why we can't let the god race know that they have been investigating heavenly god arts. If they really find out, Fengdu will be completely finished. Wrong. It's not Fengdu that's done for. It's Fengdu City Lord that's done for. At most, they can just change to a new city lord, and they can still manage Fengdu. That makes sense. Sai, we'll also come here after we die. Let's familiarize ourselves with this place. We brought the power of faith this time. The Fengdu Necropolis City Lord will increase our lifespan in the Book of Life and Death. How can we die so easily? Haha, that's right. If it wasn't for our lifespan, why would we take such a huge risk and do something that will cost us our lives? Tang Zheng followed the two of them and heard their conversation. He was shocked as their words revealed too much information. Isn't this Fengdu and the ghost world similar? Both are places where ghosts go after death. In that case, the Fengdu Necropolis City Lord is equivalent to Yama. However, the City Lord actually has the Book of Life and Death, which can control a person's lifespan. This is even more revered. The deity arts is in the hands of the Fengdu Necropolis City Lord, so I'll have to meet him face to face and find out the truth. However, he couldn't reveal his identity because Fengdu was also controlled by the god race. This Fengdu Necropolis City Lord was definitely a subordinate of the god race. However, the city lord was rather ambitious, as he actually dared to cultivate the deity arts behind the god race's back. This was also because he wasn't willing to submit to others and wanted to compete with the god race. As he walked further and further, Tang Zheng found another clue. In the human world and the ghost world, the Yin Qi was extremely harmful to humans. Humans couldn't move freely in the Yin Qi. Li Xiaotian was able to become the ghost world's traveler by chance. The two waiters' cultivation wasn't higher than Li Xiaotian's, but they could move freely in the Yin Qi. This gradually attracted Tang Zheng's attention. He pointed his finger at the Yin Qi around him, and the Yin Qi quickly gathered at his fingertips. He gradually found a clue. This Yin Qi made people shudder, but it wouldn't harm the human body. It was like a part of the air flowing around the body without causing any harm. Tang Zheng suddenly realized and had a deeper understanding of Fengdu. Although Fengdu was also the destination of ghosts after death, it was very different from the ghost world and couldn't be regarded as the same. All of a sudden, The waiter stopped in his tracks. A gigantic object was blocking their path. It was a sinister and terrifying ghost face. In this barren land, it was like a towering mountain. It was a ghastly sight. The waiters trembled as they raised the primordial wood bottle high and said, "City Lord, we have brought the power of faith. Please grant us lifespan." Whoosh! A gust of Een wind swept the primordial wood bottle into the ghost face's mouth and disappeared. Tang Zheng looked at this scene quietly, and his heart moved. After the primordial wood bottle disappeared into the ghost face's mouth, he actually lost his connection with it. There were only two possibilities. First, the other party's cultivation was higher than his, so it suppressed the power of faith and cut off his connection with him. Second, the primordial wood bottle was too far away and out of his range. This ghost face is controlled by the Fengdu City Lord, who is looking for the power of faith everywhere. Naturally, he hasn't cultivated to become a god and isn't my opponent. The only distance is that there's a teleportation array in the ghost face's mouth that teleported the primordial wood bottle away. After Tang Zheng finished his analysis, his mind calmed down. The waiters said while trembling, "City Lord, what about our lifespan?" Whoosh whoosh! 2 rays of light shot out from the ghost face's eyes and landed on the 2 of them before disappearing. They revealed a happy expression and bowed. "Thank you, City Lord." A gust of Een wind rose from the ground and swept up the 2 of them before disappearing without a trace. Only Tang Zheng was left in this wasteland. The ghost face didn't notice him and was fading bit by bit as if it was about to disappear. How could Tang Zheng let the ghost face escape? He arrived in front of it like lightning and pointed with his finger, causing the ghost face's mouth to open automatically. The ghost face also saw Tang Zheng and turned pale with fright. "Who are you?" Tang Zheng smiled without saying a word. He looked at the ghost face's mouth and said with a clear expression, "So that's how it is. It really is a teleportation array, but it's completely different from ordinary ones. That's because this isn't a teleportation between 2 places, but between 2 worlds." Tang Zheng's understanding of formations and space was already quite deep, so he immediately saw through the clues. The ghost face let out a cry of surprise. "Who are you? How can you tell?" Ha! How can a mere insignificant skill stump me?" Tang Zheng smiled and didn't think much of it. He charged straight into the depths of the mouth, where a ray of light appeared and became brighter and brighter. Tang Zheng suddenly plunged into the ball of light, and countless terrifying forces came one after another, as if they wanted to crush him. Chapter 1854. In Fengdu, the surrounding energy was even denser, but it still didn't harm the human body. Before Tang Zheng could carefully observe his surroundings, an angry roar exploded. "Who are you?" An earth-shattering aura rushed over, causing the ground to creak. Tang Zheng looked up and revealed a shocked expression. This person was very tall and was actually wearing a ghost mask. It was exactly the same as the ghost mask he saw before, but it was much smaller. Tang Zheng was not afraid at all. Instead, he sized up the other party and asked, "You are the Fengdu City Lord?" "Who are you? How did you break my teleportation array and come to Fengdu City?" the City Lord questioned aggressively. Tang Zheng suddenly realized and pointed to his left and right, saying, "So this is Fengdu City. Then I will have to carefully look around." Seeing that Tang Zheng didn't put him in his eyes, the City Lord flew into a rage and roared, "You are courting death. I will fulfill your wish." Boom! A black aura gushed out from his body and instantly occupied all directions, blocking Tang Zheng's path. Roar! The black aura transformed into a sinister ghost head. It opened its bloody mouth and crazily bit at Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng's eyes were as calm as an ancient well. He pointed his finger, and it fell on top of the sinister ghost head. The ghost head suddenly stopped, and actually stopped. The ghost head struggled and roared, but it was to no avail. "Explode!" Tang Zheng lightly spat out a word. As soon as his voice fell, the ghost head loudly exploded and turned back into black aura. The city lord turned pale with fright when he saw Tang Zheng walking towards him step by step as if there was no one around him. He yelled, "Soul item kill!" A mysterious power surged out. Tang Zheng looked towards the source of this power and saw that there was a round ball in the city lord's hand, but there were many holes on the surface. The holes flickered with a faint light, as if there was a voice coming out from within. "Is this a soul tool?" The city lord said proudly. "Exactly. As long as you have a soul, you will definitely die." Tang Zheng didn't mind and said, "Oh, then I'll take the opportunity to experience it. After you." The city lord looked at Tang Zheng as if he was looking at a fool. This person actually dared to let him make the first move. Such arrogance! He really did not know how to write the word death. However, this was exactly what the city lord wanted. "Kill!" The city lord roared. The soul tool flew up and shone brightly. Tentacles drilled out from the small holes and danced in the air, emitting a mysterious power. Tang Zheng stared blankly for a moment before finally realizing something. He said, "So this soul artifact is a magic artifact specifically used to deal with souls." "Haha, now that you know, it's too late." The city lord laughed loudly. Tang Zheng shrugged. "It's not late at all." He stretched out his hand to grab the soul tool. When those tentacles danced in the air, it made one spirit waver. It was as if they were also swaying and dancing, wanting to leave the human body. This was for a normal person or a normal cultivator. Tang Zheng was a god. His spirit was extremely sturdy. How could a soul tool shake it? Under the city lord's amused expression, Tang Zheng's hand passed through the tentacles and directly grabbed the soul tool. The city lord's mind was shaken. He couldn't believe it and exclaimed, "Impossible, impossible! How did you do it? A soul tool can take in the souls of all things in the world. How come your soul didn't leave your body?" Tang Zheng smiled and said, "Oh, it's so useful. Then I'll take it." Tang Zheng's hand retracted and directly put it into his pocket. "Don't." The city lord's eyes were already filled with fear. He screamed hysterically, but it was to no avail. Suddenly, his screams came to an abrupt stop and he rolled his eyes in despair. "Ah, my soul tool!" The city lord turned pale with fright as he stared at Tang Zheng's pocket. When the soul tool was placed inside, the connection between him and the soul tool was forcibly cut off. The soul tool was no longer his treasure. In a flash, he had actually lost a treasure. How terrifying and ironic was this? He finally realized that he had kicked an iron plate. This person didn't seem to reveal anything, but he was able to break his teleportation formation and easily take away his soul tool. There was no need to doubt his strength. Even if he fought back, he might not be the other's opponent. The city lord's greatest reliance was his ability to attack and control souls. Now, this method was useless against this person, so his reliance was naturally useless. Tang Zheng looked at the city lord, who was in a daze, and directly sat on the chair next to him. He patted the chair next to him and said casually, "Come, sit down." The city lord lowered his head dejectedly and sat down dejectedly. If the ghosts in Fengdu saw this scene, they would definitely be shocked. The city lord was the master of Fengdu, but he actually lowered his head to a stranger and didn't dare to resist. At this moment, the city lord indeed didn't dare to resist. The other party gave him an unfathomable feeling, as if he was facing a god. However, he immediately rejected this thought. How could this person be a god? He was clearly a human. Don't be dejected. Cheer up and answer my question. Tang Zheng patted the city lord's shoulder. The city lord trembled and almost slid off the chair. The city lord raised his head in fear and stared at Tang Zheng, but he didn't see any clues. He asked with a guilty conscience, "Who are you?" "This is Fengdu, a place where people die. It's not a place where you, a living person, should come. Since you're already here, You should answer my question first. Tang Zheng didn't care at all. What question? Why are you collecting the power of faith? What? The city lords but bounced up from the chair, and he cried out in surprise. Who are you saying is collecting the power of faith? You're slandering me. What's with such a big reaction? Whether I'm slandering you or not, you'll know by looking at this. Tang Zheng pointed at the city lord, and the 2 yuan-wood bottles flew into the air. The city lord turned pale with fright and screamed, "That's mine!" However, the origin-wood bottles had already fallen into Tang Zheng's hands. The city lord grabbed nothing and resentfully looked at the origin-wood bottles, keeping quiet out of fear. "These aren't yours, they're mine." Tang Zheng put the origin-wood bottles into his bag and said, "Now you admit that I didn't wrongly accuse you." The city lord suddenly raised his head and stared at Tang Zheng. "I'll answer you. Everyone knows the importance of the power of faith. If you have the power of faith, you'll be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. The power of faith needs to be combined with the heavenly God law to display its greatest effect." "Does that mean you have the heavenly God law?" Tang Zheng asked with interest. The city lord's eyelids jumped, and he flatly denied, "I don't. The heavenly God law disappeared a long time ago." "Haha, you don't mean what you say. Then I'll spread the news of you collecting the power of faith. I believe the God race will be interested in you." Tang Zheng blatantly threatened. The city lord vigilantly asked, "You're not from the God race?" Tang Zheng's lips curled into a thought-provoking smile as he mysteriously said, "They're not worthy." Hiss! The city lord sucked in a breath of cold air. Since ancient times, he had never seen anyone so bold as to say such disgraceful words in public. Chapter 1855. The city lord looked at Tang Zheng in shock and asked coldly, "What do you want to do?" "Heavenly God arts." Tang Zheng reached out to the city lord. The city lord's eyelids twitched as he gritted his teeth and denied, "I don't." Tang Zheng turned around and left, saying, "Then you'll have to explain to the God race." The city lord clenched his fists, really wanting to punch Tang Zheng to death, but in terms of strength he was no match for Tang Zheng. If the God race really found out not to mention the city lord position, his life would be in danger. "Wait a minute." The city lord hesitated for a long time before calling out dejectedly. Tang Zheng stopped and turned to look at him with a smile, saying, "Have you thought it through?" The city lord snorted, saying, "You spent so much effort and used the power of faith as bait to find the heavenly God arts and become a god, right? In fact, we are on the same side. Why should we kill each other?" Tang Zheng's lips curled as he said in a complicated tone, "Become a god by cultivation, haha. Don't deny it, I am not as good as you. I am only one step away from the Saint Realm, and you can beat me. So naturally you are a Saint Realm cultivator. Don't you want to break through the final barrier and fly to the heavens?" The city lord said solemnly as if he saw through Tang Zheng's thoughts. Tang Zheng did not comment, saying, "Give me the heavenly God arts first." "Have you collected enough power of faith?" the city lord asked. "Is there a problem?" Tang Zheng raised his eyebrows. "I will give you the heavenly God arts, and you will give me the excess power of faith. Once you become a god, the power of faith will be at your fingertips, and that little bit of power will be insignificant." The city lord's eyes burned as he stared at Tang Zheng, full of expectation. "Haha, your wishful thinking is very good," Tang Zheng said with a sigh. "This is a win-win situation, why not?" the city lord persuaded. Tang Zheng shook his head and said solemnly, "You don't have the qualifications to negotiate with me. Heavenly God arts." The city lord's eyes widened in anger as he stared straight at Tang Zheng, wishing he could rush up to him. His last bit of reason suppressed this impulse. He took a deep breath and said bitterly, "I'll give it to you. Do you think that everything will be fine after you become a god?" Didn't someone from the lower realm cultivate and become a deity in the god realm recently? Isn't he being hunted down everywhere? Tang Zheng's heart skipped a beat. Wasn't the person the city lord was talking about his clone? He was very curious about the situation of the clone, but he was not in a hurry to ask. His gaze fell on the jade scroll that flew over. Heavenly God Arts. It was precisely these 3 words on the jade slip, and every stroke revealed traces of profundity. Having learned his lesson, he wasn't in a hurry to check the jade slip. He first weighed it in his hand and said, "This can't be fake, right?" He had just come to the God realm and was deceived by the waiter. The people of the God realm were not what they used to be. He learned from his mistakes and inevitably became more cautious. The city lord's heart trembled. He had originally thought of using a fake to deceive Tang Zheng, but in the end he was afraid of Tang Zheng's strength and didn't dare to put it into practice. After all, with Tang Zheng's eyes, he could definitely distinguish between the real and the fake. Why bother? The city lord pretended to be indignant and said, "How can it be fake? If you don't want it, just give it back to me." Tang Zheng looked at the city lord without blinking. Seeing that he didn't seem to be faking it, he smiled and said, "If it's real or fake, I can also distinguish it." The city lord's heart skipped a beat, and he felt a wave of lingering fear. Tang Zheng immediately read the contents of the jade slip. It was indeed the heavenly God Arts. It was indeed the path to becoming a god. Moreover, it was an alternative path, forcibly building a divine bridge after the Saint Realm. Cultivators ascended the divine bridge, entered the God realm, and cultivated to become a god. This heavenly God Arts focused on building the divine bridge. The divine bridge wasn't built overnight, but was the result of accumulation over time. The divine bridge wasn't formed by condensing true qi. Only the power of faith could build a divine bridge. The city lord painstakingly collected the power of faith to build the divine bridge. Tang Zheng looked at the city lord thoughtfully. The city lord's heart beat wildly, but he pretended to be calm. "I built the heavenly stairway and the heavenly palace. I also created the new heavenly book for people to absorb the power of faith and cultivate to become a god. It's indeed different from the heavenly God Arts, but different paths lead to the same goal. The God realm is indeed extraordinary to have a genius like me." Tang Zheng sighed in his heart. It's a pity that that genius has already fallen. He shook his head and couldn't help but sympathize with him. The idea of the divine bridge is very unique and worth learning. If I can apply it to my cultivation, will there be new changes? Once this thought appeared, he couldn't help but become excited. It was completely possible. However, he wasn't in a hurry to test it. Instead, he asked, "Once one cultivates to become a god, is there a different realm in the god realm?" "Of course there is." The city lord looked at Tang Zheng like he was an idiot and said, "The God realm is also divided by strength." "Then what are the specific realms?" The city lord looked at Tang Zheng with a strange expression and said, "You asked the right person. Normal people definitely don't know, but I know clearly. The God realm isn't divided as much as the humans. There are only 3 realms: God Monarch, God King, and God Emperor. There are many God realm people. Are they born as God Monarchs?" Tang Zheng asked, puzzled. "Wrong. They are born as godsons and only become God Monarchs when they grow up. Even if they are godsons, their strength is unfathomable. They are still gods, not something we can contend against." The city lord said regretfully. He had cultivated his whole life, but he couldn't compare to the babies of the god race. This was a huge blow. Then after we cultivate to become gods, will we be godsons or god monarchs? The city lord raised his head and said, "According to the last words left behind by that sage, once you cultivate the heavenly God Arts and become a god, you'll become a god monarch in one leap, surpassing the godson stage." Tang Zheng came to a realization and let out a sigh of relief. It was the same as his guess. If a human cultivated their whole life and only became a godson in the end, that would be too tragic. Moreover, when he won the battle with the god race, that god race person had already grown up and couldn't be a godson. Since he defeated him, he naturally couldn't be a godson. Then I am now in the god-monarch realm. However, when he thought about the two realms above him, his heart sank. This god realm didn't seem as simple as he thought. It was far more dangerous than he expected. There was a huge difference between each realm. If Tang Zheng met a god king or god emperor, wouldn't only death be waiting for him? How many god race people are there, and where do they live? Tang Zheng asked again. After entering the god realm, he hadn't seen a single god race person. They must be living somewhere. As for how many god race people there were, he was more interested. Of course the god race lives in the god city. The city lord rolled his eyes at Tang Zheng, as if he felt that his question was unnecessary. This is common knowledge. How can you not know? The city lord sized up Tang Zheng, his eyes full of doubt. Tang Zheng ignored him and asked, "Then how many god race people are there?" Chapter 1856. Tang Zheng's eyes were like torches as he stared at the city lord without blinking, as if he wanted to see through his thoughts. The city lord raised his head and looked at him calmly. After a moment, Tang Zheng asked again, "Then how do I get to the god city?" "Only the god race can go to the god city, and only the god race knows the exact location." "I don't know at all," the city lord said regretfully. Tang Zheng raised his eyebrows and said, "You are the city lord of Fengdu, a feudal lord. How can you not know anything about the god city? You are not honest." The city lord's heart skipped a beat and his eyes flickered. Tang Zheng walked forward and looked at the city lord at close range. "If you don't tell me, the city lord of Fengdu will be replaced." "You want to kill me?" The city lord probed with a guilty conscience. "So what if I do? I have already given you the heavenly god technique. You can become a god, so why make things difficult for me?" the city lord said with annoyance. Tang Zheng smiled and said, "I just want to take a look at the heavenly god technique. I don't want to use it to become a god. Moreover, is there a need for you to hide information about the god city from me?" The city lord hesitated and finally said, "I can tell you, but you have to promise not to hurt me." "Speak," Tang Zheng said simply. "The god city is above the 9 heavens. The astral winds, they're biting cold, so normal people can't reach the god city. Only the god race can resist the astral winds and reach the god city. However, the god city is filled with the god race. Even if you become a god, going to the god city is like walking right into a trap. I have said all I want to say. You have nothing else to say." The city lord put on a brave face and stared straight at Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng and the city lord looked at each other to make sure he wasn't hiding anything. Tang Zheng then nodded with satisfaction. "I have nothing to ask about the god city. However, I have many questions about Fengdu. If you can satisfy me, I can give you this power of belief." The primordial wood bottle appeared in Tang Zheng's hand and immediately attracted the city lord's gaze. He swallowed his saliva and said emotionally, "Ask away. I'll tell you everything I know about Fengdu. Fengdu is the final destination of people after they die. It is also in charge of reincarnation. Your authority is not small. Besides, what is the book of life and death?" Tang Zheng fired off a series of questions in rapid succession. This time, it was the city lord's turn to look at him in shock. He stammered, "How come you don't know anything about Fengdu? Many of the questions are too ridiculous and ridiculous. Even a 3-year-old child in the divine world would know the answer to them, yet you actually know nothing about them." The city lord's heart was in turmoil. Suddenly, a thought appeared in his mind. He was shocked by this thought. His eyes widened as he sized up Tang Zheng from head to toe, as if he wanted to see through him. He's not from the god realm. That's why he has so many questions, and so many childish ones at that. The city lord had heard about someone from the lower realm who had cultivated to become a god and came to the divine realm. He had even caused a huge commotion in the city. However, there was no specific information about this person. Even the city lord knew nothing about him. The city lord was frightened. That person was the target of the divine race. If he was involved with him, he could forget about living. He subconsciously touched his neck as if his head was about to move. This is only my guess. What if he's not that person? The city lord still had a trace of hope. There is a way to confirm his identity. The Book of Life and Death can do this. He quietly flipped his palm and aimed it at Tang Zheng. In the next second, he seemed to be petrified. He was dumbfounded, and his eyes lost their spirit. His name was not in the Book of Life and Death. What did this mean? This meant that this person was not from the divine world. The Book of Life and Death was a sacred weapon that controlled the life and death of people in the divine world. As long as the Book of Life and Death shone on a person, their information would appear. However, the Book of Life and Death had no effect on this person. His identity was naturally revealed. Tang Zheng looked at the city lord's dazed appearance and frowned. He asked unhappily, "Didn't you say you would tell me everything you know? Why aren't you saying a word?" The city lord came back to his senses as if he had just woken up from a dream. He could no longer hide the horror in his heart and shouted, "It's you! That person is you!" After saying that, he staggered back and muttered to himself, "I should have guessed it. You have the power of faith, and your cultivation is higher than mine. You don't even know a lot of common sense. Besides the person who broke into the divine world, who else could you be? I'm dead. If the divine race knew that I told you so much and talked so much with you, not only would I not be able to be the city lord, but my soul would also scatter." As if possessed, the city lord kept muttering in annoyance. Tang Zheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he also understood that the city lord thought he was Yuan Ying's clone. "Hey!" Tang Zheng patted the city lord's shoulder heavily. The city lord sat on the ground and screamed, "I'm dead." "You and I know. As long as you and I don't say anything, who will know what happened between us?" Tang Zheng comforted. The city lord's eyes lit up, and he nodded like he was pounding garlic. "That's right. If we don't say anything, no one will know." "Of course, I won't say anything. Will you tell anyone?" "If you answer my question just now, I won't say a word to anyone," Tang Zheng said with a smile. He didn't explain that he wasn't Yuan Ying's clone. The city lord took a deep breath and gradually calmed down. "Okay, I'll tell you. Fengdu isn't the final destination of people after they die. Fengdu is just a transition world. After people die, they pass through Fengdu and finally go to the 9 underworlds. The 9 underworlds is the true destination of ghosts." The 9 underworlds? It was the first time Tang Zheng heard of this place. Is the 9 underworlds another world? Yes. The 9 underworlds is different from Fengdu. The 9 underworlds has existed since ancient times and appeared when heaven and earth were split apart. Fengdu was created by the god race and set up as a transit place between the god world and the 9 underworlds. Tang Zheng was flabbergasted. There were actually so many mysteries in it. He had a flash of inspiration and said, "Didn't the god race create Fengdu to purposely intercept the ghosts of the 9 underworlds? This move of removing the firewood from under the cauldron is truly powerful." The city lord's expression froze, and he said, "How did you guess?" It's not hard to guess. The god race wants to control everything, and the 9 underworlds is definitely not under their control. Therefore, they created Fengdu to intercept the ghosts of the 9 underworlds and weaken the power of the 9 underworlds. "It's truly brilliant," Tang Zheng sighed. The city lord said, resentfully, "This is something from a long time ago. Anyway, I didn't say anything. You guessed it yourself. Fengdu intercepted the ghosts of the 9 underworlds, so your Fengdu's power will also become stronger and stronger. You, the city lord, are extraordinary. The god race also places great importance on you. which is why they let you sit in the position of city lord. Shouldn't this be something the god race's trusted aides do? Why do you still want to cultivate to become a god? This isn't something a trusted aide should do, Tang Jing joked. Chapter 1857. Tang Jing stared at the city lord with a burning gaze, and he saw strong dissatisfaction in his eyes. Although he was valued by the god race, he felt a sense of crisis. The god race controlled his life and death, and he wanted to get rid of all this. Tang Jing's heart moved, and he suddenly had an idea, saying, "I admire you very much. You are not willing to be trampled on by others. This is a true hero. If you let the god race control your fate, even the city lord of Fengdu would be a puppet, not worth mentioning." The city lord gradually raised his head and looked at Tang Jing with mixed feelings. He had done too much work these years, and he was very careful, afraid that the god race would one day stand in front of him, tell him that he was exposed, and take his life. Tang Jing actually praised him, which made him feel a strong sense of pride. "What do you want to do in the god realm?" the city lord asked. Tang Jing smiled and said, "I also don't want others to control my fate. Not only that, humans don't want the god race to control their fate. So I came to the god realm." The city lord looked at Tang Jing in disbelief and exclaimed, "Then what do you want to do?" Tang Jing looked up at the sky and said, "The god race is high above, and they have enslaved us for so many years. Don't you want to drag them down from the god city?" Whoosh, whoosh. The city lord's breathing became rapid, and he muttered to himself, "Madman, you are really crazy." The city lord only wanted to cultivate to become a god, and then secretly hide from the god race's ruler. As for the fate of others, he had never thought about it, and he did not dare to think about it at all. It was an impossible thing, so he had never had such an extravagant hope. But at this moment he actually heard these words from Tang Jing's mouth, and it was so enlightening that it seemed like a fantasy story. Tang Jing asked, "Do you really think I am crazy? If I can cultivate to become a god, why can't other humans do it? Should humans be enslaved by the god race?" The city lord stuttered and shook his head in a daze. "I don't know, and I don't dare to think about it." "I know, you only think of yourself. That is understandable. But I am different. I have family, friends, and countless compatriots who trust me. Therefore, I will do this without hesitation and without shirking my responsibility." Tang Jing's voice was not very loud and impassioned, but for some reason when the mayor heard it, he felt as if his blood was boiling. His ice-cold heart seemed to beat violently, and he couldn't help but clench his fists. Tang Jing dared to think of things that he did not dare to think of, which made him feel deep veneration. Tang Jing looked at City Lord with a smile and took in all of his reactions. He said straightforwardly, "You are the master of Fengdu. Don't you want the ghosts in Fengdu to cultivate into gods and break free from being enslaved by the god race?" The city lord raised his head abruptly, as if he had thousands of words to say, but he realized that he couldn't say them out loud. He lowered his head resentfully and said, "It is already an illusory thing for me to cultivate into a god. So how can I talk about other ghosts?" Tang Jing shook his head and patted City Lord's shoulder, saying, "You are wrong. Your predecessors have already paved the way for you. As long as you set foot on this path, although there are difficulties, this path can also become a broad road. Why don't you want to do it? Are you willing to be enslaved by the god race for generations?" Tang Jing's voice suddenly became louder, like thunder exploding in City Lord's ears. It was so loud that even the deaf could hear it. City Lord's heart trembled fiercely, but he mustered up his courage and said, "I don't want to." "That's right." Tang Jing nodded in satisfaction and put the primordial wood bottle in City Lord's hand, saying, "There is the power of faith here. You have to cultivate into a god first. Then you can lead the ghosts of Fengdu to break free from the god race's enslavement and control your own destiny." City Lord was fascinated and looked at the primordial wood bottle in a daze, saying, "You are really giving me the power of faith." "Yes, don't you want it?" "Of course I want it." City Lord immediately held the primordial wood bottle tightly in his palm. "Ha ha ha!" Tang Zheng laughed in satisfaction. "I look forward to you becoming a god soon." He waved his hand and turned to leave, his figure fading bit by bit. City Lord immediately asked, "Are you really going to the god city?" "I will definitely. When that time comes, the gods will no longer be high and mighty. They will fall from their divine altars, and the world will change." Tang Zheng's heroic spirit reached the clouds, and his voice echoed in City Lord's ears. City Lord's gaze drifted as he looked at Tang Zheng in a daze until his figure disappeared without a trace. Everything was like a dream. City Lord shook his head violently and looked at the primordial wood bottle in his palm. Only then did he confirm that everything was real. His heart, that was like stagnant water, couldn't help but ripple, spreading further and further. Tang Zheng didn't leave Fengdu. He raised his head to look. Even though he was standing on the ground, his eyes seemed to have risen to the sky and looked down at the world of Fengdu. The sky of Fengdu wasn't like the human world. There was no sun and no traces of stars. The sky gave off light, which was the source of light for Fengdu. Fengdu was much smaller than the ghost realm. Other than Fengdu City, the other places were very barren, but there were still ghosts living there. However, these ghosts were very weak and couldn't be compared to those in Fengdu City. The world of Fengdu, created by the god race, is too crude. After all, it's a world created by the gods, so there isn't much to see. On the other hand, the 9 underworlds are more worth a visit. The 9 underworlds had existed since ancient times and wasn't a world created by the gods, so there was definitely something unusual about it. Tang Zheng didn't know how to go to the 9 underworlds, but since he knew about its existence, it wasn't a problem for him. The most important thing now was to comprehend secrets of the heavenly god. Secrets of the heavenly god had great wisdom, so he decided to use it as a reference to build a divine bridge. He had inexhaustible power of faith, so building a divine bridge wasn't difficult for him. However, his divine bridge was worlds apart from the divine bridges of normal cultivators. Secrets of the heavenly god circulated, and the surging power of faith gathered in his purple manor. Ever since Yuanying left him, his purple manor had been empty. The power of faith filled his purple manor, and a divine bridge gradually appeared. This divine bridge didn't have a pier, and it was like a flying bridge that crossed a natural chasm. The head of the bridge appeared. Instantly, an earth-shattering change happened in his purple manor. A ray of multicolored light shone on the head of the bridge, and it shone with boundless light. Dense mist rose, and the head of the bridge seemed to be standing in the midst of the multicolored light. Tang Zheng was shocked. The secrets of the heavenly god was indeed extraordinary. Building a divine bridge actually created such a spectacle, and this was only the head of the bridge. If the entire divine bridge was built, how magnificent would it be? Tang Zheng yearned for it, and his heart palpitated with eagerness. However, he didn't know that the divine bridge of normal cultivators wouldn't create such a miraculous and magnificent vision. He was a god, and the divine bridge he built had already undergone an essential change. It had already broken away from the secrets of the heavenly god and was completely different from the divine bridge that the senior had created. Tang Zheng was completely unaware, and he was immersed in the marvelous realm of building a divine bridge. With a spurt of energy, the divine bridge extended bit by bit, further and further away. It was like a broad road that extended to the end of the illusory world. Chapter 1858. Tang Zheng tried his best to see, but he couldn't see the end of the divine bridge. Instead, a ray of light soared into the sky and blocked his vision. He calmed down. He had built the divine bridge, but there was still an unknown existence at the end of the divine bridge. With his current cultivation as a god sovereign, he couldn't see through it and reach it. Perhaps he would be able to solve this riddle when his cultivation reached a higher level. His power of faith flowed along the divine bridge like a swimming dragon, rushing to the end of the divine bridge and disappearing into the ray of light. Instantly, he felt his power increasing rapidly. The benefits of the divine bridge were indeed endless. The exploration of the divine bridge came to an end. With a thought, Tang Zheng traversed millions of miles and circled around Fengdu. In the end, he landed in Fengdu City, which was bustling with noise and excitement. Even though he was standing in front of everyone, no one discovered his tracks. He stared at the scene in front of him and couldn't help but feel curious. He saw ghosts walking over from all directions under the watch of the ghost soldiers. They stopped in front of a huge black door. This door was too tall, almost as tall as the walls of Fengdu City. It made the surrounding buildings look exceptionally small. The black door was closed, and a group of elites of Fengdu guarded it. They guarded it strictly and didn't allow any ghosts to come close. The ghosts that were walking over were in a daze as they looked at the black door in a daze. "Open the 9 underworlds ghost gate." Suddenly, a ghost soldier roared. The black door slowly opened, and a gust of chilly wind blew in, shrouding the area. Many ghost soldiers trembled as there was an aura in the chilly wind that terrified them. Even though they were ghost soldiers, they were still deeply afraid when they were in the midst of it. Tang Zheng frowned and stared straight at the 9 underworlds ghost gate. Behind this door was definitely the 9 underworlds, the true home of the ghosts. The chilly air that was coming from behind the door was terrifying even to the ghost soldiers, which showed how terrifying the 9 underworlds was. Tang Zheng didn't hesitate and walked toward the 9 underworlds ghost gate. The ghosts also neatly walked towards the 9 serenities ghost gate. Tang Zheng stood by the gate and watched the ghosts step into the gate, one after another. Tang Zheng's gaze swept across each of the ghosts. Gradually, he discovered something unusual. These ghost souls were actually incomplete. One of the 3 immortal souls and 7 mortal souls was missing a mortal soul. Tang Zheng widened his eyes in shock. He scanned the ghosts one by one to make sure that he wasn't mistaken. These ghosts were truly missing a part of their soul. There are numerous ghosts in Fengdu World, and I have also seen other ghosts. They all have 3 souls and 7 spirits. So why is it that the ghost that passes through the ghost gate of 9 underworlds is missing 1 spirit? Fengdu was a transit station for ghosts. Furthermore, Fengdu also intercepted a portion of ghosts and released the rest into the 9 underworlds. Without a doubt, these ghosts that were missing a part of their soul were the ghosts that had been released into the 9 underworlds. There was something fishy about this. Tang Zheng pondered for a moment, and it was not difficult for him to guess the truth. He clicked his tongue and praised good method. The 9 underworlds and the god race are not on good terms, and the god race built Fengdu to intercept the ghosts of the 9 underworlds. This is a plan to remove the firewood from under the cauldron. But this is still not the most powerful part. His gaze landed on the dazed ghosts, and he sighed to himself. This is the truly most powerful and fatal part. Fengdu would extract a part of the soul from the ghosts that were sent to the 9 underworlds. These ghost souls were incomplete, so after they went to the 9 underworlds, the power of the 9 underworlds would be weakened. In the long run, the 9 underworlds would weaken, while Fengdu would gradually grow stronger. TSK. This was truly a good scheme. How sinister. Tang Zheng raised his head to look at the sky. The methods of the god race were clearly remarkable. Even if the 9 underworlds knew that there was something fishy about it, they could only pinch their noses and accept it. After all, the 9 underworlds had even tacitly approved of the sudden appearance of Fengdu. So how could they fall out over this matter? However, the 9 underworlds' heart was definitely overflowing with anger and couldn't wait to deal with the god race ruthlessly. This is instead beneficial to me. This trip to the 9 underworlds is imperative. and it will definitely be very interesting. City Lord. Suddenly, the ghost soldiers knelt down to greet him and called out loudly in unison. Tang Zheng raised his head to look and saw the city, Lord of Fengdu, walking over with large strides. There were quite a number of experts beside the city lord, and their auras were strong. It was obvious that they were experts from the world of Fengdu. Tang Zheng was standing in front of them, but these experts couldn't see him at all. Only the eyelids of the city lord twitched a few times when he saw Tang Zheng. The city lord swallowed his saliva with difficulty. Ever since Tang Zheng had left, he had been feeling uneasy. He didn't believe that Tang Zheng would really leave Fengdu. However, he didn't make it public. When the latest ghost was extradited to the 9 underworlds, he led his subordinates and swaggered over to inspect. He guessed that if Tang Zheng hadn't left, he definitely wouldn't have missed this opportunity. That was because, from the information he had revealed that day, Tang Zheng would definitely be interested in the 9 underworlds. And the only chance to go to the 9 underworlds was on this day of extradition. Fengdu and the 9 underworlds had long agreed that the gate of the 2 worlds would open on a specific day to extradite the ghosts. At other times, the ghosts were restricted from traveling between the 2 worlds. As expected, when the city lord saw Tang Zheng, he was truly shocked. Luckily, he reacted quickly and didn't see any abnormal reactions from his subordinates. Only then did he realize that others couldn't see him. The city lord's heart was in a mess, and he looked at Tang Zheng without revealing anything. Tang Zheng smiled and said playfully, "Your Fengdu, or should I say the god race, really has good methods. You actually took away one of the souls of the ghosts. The ghosts that are going to the 9 underworlds are defective products, and you guys must have gone through strict selection. The strong practitioners of the ghosts have long been intercepted by you guys, right?" The city lord wasn't worried that his subordinates would hear Tang Zheng's words, but his heart jumped wildly. That was because Tang Zheng had seen through the god race's plan at a glance. He didn't reply, which could be considered a tacit agreement. For the god race to treat the 9 underworlds like this, the 9 underworlds must have complained a long time ago, but they didn't make a move or resist. It can only be said that the god race is powerful and the 9 underworlds are under their roof, so they have no choice but to lower their heads. If the 9 underworlds resist, I'm afraid the god race will be hard-pressed. Tang Zheng continued to talk nonstop. I'm going to the 9 underworlds, this time to take a good look at this world. A world that has existed since the creation of the world is definitely different from the rest, but it's suppressed by the god race. It's truly a pity. All of this will definitely change. Tang Zheng said firmly. The city lord's face fell, and he looked even uglier than if he were crying. He could already foresee that the 9 underworlds would definitely stir up a storm, and Fengdu would be the first to bear the brunt of it. His good days were over. He couldn't help but feel a little regretful. It seemed that he had revealed too much information. Whether it was a blessing or a curse, he really couldn't say for sure. But when he thought of Tang Zheng's bold and visionary words, his heart couldn't help but surge. If that day really came, what did it matter if he took a little risk? Tang Zheng waved his hand at the city lord and said, "Goodbye, city lord. I believe we will meet again soon. During this period of time, you have to make good use of my power of belief. Don't disappoint me." The city lord subconsciously tightened his grip on the primordial wood bottle in his pocket. Tang Zheng strode into the 9 underworlds' ghost gate. Suddenly, Chapter 1859. The violent Yin wind caused chaos in front of the 9th underworld ghost gate, and cries of alarm could be heard everywhere. What's going on? The Yin wind suddenly blew. What happened in the 9th underworld? Is the 9th underworld dissatisfied with us and trying to start a fight? All the generals were filled with righteous indignation. The city lord's pupils constricted as he shouted. The surroundings were silent, and the Yin wind also disappeared without a trace. It's so chaotic. What's the meaning of this? "This is just a coincidence. There's no need to make a fuss." The city lord made the final decision. All the generals came to a realization. They believed in the city lord without a doubt and were all relieved. Other than the city lord who saw the clues, the others did not know. This turmoil was caused by Tang Zheng. He was a living person, not a ghost, and only ghosts could pass through the ninth underworld ghost gate, which had strict restrictions. Tang Zheng used his own tyrannical strength to force his way through the ninth underworld ghost gate, which caused this turmoil. In the end, the ninth underworld ghost gate did not stop Tang Zheng. The ninth underworld, the final destination of ghosts. As Tang Zheng passed through the ninth underworld ghost gate, the power of a layer of space fluctuated, as if it wanted to push him out. With his understanding of the spatial laws, this was a piece of cake. With a slight use of his divine ability, he stood firmly in the ninth underworld. It was pitch black all around, and he could not see his fingers if he stretched out his hand. Tang Zheng's eyes widened in surprise. With his eyesight, he could not see anything at all. This was too inconceivable. However, there were ghosts flying past him, as if they were summoned by some mysterious power, and flew towards their destination on their own. Tang Zheng did not say a word and flew with the ghosts. However, he had not flown very far when he felt a wave of pressure. It was a pressure that came from all directions. With his cultivation, he could feel this pressure, which showed how terrifying it was. If it was an ordinary person, they would have been crushed by this pressure and died without a complete corpse. Tang Zheng's heart trembled. This ninth underworld was indeed strange, to have such a terrifying pressure. However, in the end, this did not cause any substantial damage to Tang Zheng. On the other hand, the other ghosts did not feel this pressure and continued to fly unscathed. TSK, TSK. Tang Zheng saw something. This pressure was clearly used to deal with outsiders. The 9 underworlds must be guarding against something, such as Fengdu and the god race. However, Fengdu was filled with ghosts, so this pressure wasn't of much use to them. That was to deal with the god race, but the god race was strong, so this pressure might not be able to cause any substantial harm to them. Tang Zheng racked his brains, but still couldn't figure out the mystery behind it. The darkness was boundless, and he didn't know how far he had flown. The first feeling that the 9 underworlds gave him was that it was vast, thousands of times bigger than Fengdu. Fengdu was like a small dot, while the 9 underworlds was the true giant. Now that the giant was nibbled away by the little guy, it made people sigh endlessly. Finally, a speck of light appeared in the distance. It was like a star in the sky. It floated in the air and seemed to be moving. Tang Zheng was surprised. He rushed to the front of the ghosts and reached the light. Light. What floated in the sky were actually lights. They were like water lanterns used by the mortal world to convey the grief of their loved ones. They floated along the river and swam into the distance. These lanterns floated in the sky like a river of lights. They were majestic and stretched into the distance. There are actually souls in these lanterns. Tang Zheng focused his gaze and saw some clues. There was actually a soul in every lantern. These soul stones were complete souls, and not a single one was missing. There are also complete souls in the 9 underworlds. It seems like Fengdu's influence on the 9 underworlds is limited. The ghosts from Fengdu floated across the River of Lights and continued forward. However, Tang Zheng became interested in the River of Lights. The light from the lanterns could disperse the darkness and illuminate the surroundings of the River of Lights. Tang Zheng's figure was also completely revealed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of water came from afar, and a ship sailed over from the other end of the River of Lights. It was heading towards the direction of the lanterns. Even though there were no splashes, there was the sound of water wherever the ship passed. It was as though it was really moving forward in a huge river. Tang Zheng stood beside the River of Lights and looked at the scene in astonishment. Suddenly, the ship stopped in front of him, and a tall figure walked to the bow of the ship and looked down at Tang Zheng. "Where did you come from?" Why are you not going to your city, but stopping in front of the River of Lights? Tang Zheng raised his head and looked. He wasn't human, but seemed to be some kind of strange beast. There were horns on his head, and his face was like a withered tree. He was incomparably ugly, and one look at him would definitely wake him up from a nightmare. Where is you city? Tang Zheng didn't answer, but asked instead. His articulation was clear, and his voice was like a large bell that resounded through the River of Lights. Green smoke rose from the River of Lights, as though the souls in the water lanterns were affected and were about to fly out of the water lanterns. There was a commotion on the ship, and angry shouts were heard. How dare you disturb the cycle of reincarnation? While they were talking, the bow of the ship was filled with tall figures. They all looked the same as before. More than 10 pairs of eyes looked over, and it was a different kind of soul-stirring. Tang Zheng's expression was indifferent. Instead, he said with interest, "Cycle of reincarnation? So these ghosts are going to cycle of reincarnation. A complete soul reincarnating is a fortunate thing for the humans of the God realm. It won't cause a congenital deficiency because of a missing soul." Hearing Tang Zheng's muttering, the group of strange beasts were stunned. Because Tang Zheng saw through the mystery with a glance, it was obvious that his origin was extraordinary. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Rays of divine light shot out from their eyes and intertwined into a huge beam of light that covered Tang Zheng. Immediately, there were cries of surprise. "You're not a ghost." After Tang Zheng entered the 9 underworlds, there was a lot of yin qi on his body as he flew, so the other party couldn't see that he wasn't a ghost at first glance. With this look, Tang Zheng exposed his identity. He admitted openly, "I'm indeed not a ghost, but a living person." What? A living person came to the 9 underworlds? How is this possible? This has never happened in thousands of years. They screamed involuntarily, not daring to believe all this. From beginning to end, Tang Zheng didn't plan to hide his identity in the 9 underworlds. The 9 underworlds and the god race were enemies, not friends. If Tang Zheng wanted to gain something in the 9 underworlds, or even get the 9 underworlds to help him against the god race, then he wouldn't hide his identity openly. It wasn't a wise move. Could it be that you're a spy sent by the god race? A strong sense of hostility immediately surged from the ship, covering the sky and covering the earth. Tang Zheng was as unmoving as a pine tree, but those hostile intents were unable to approach him in the slightest. Tang Zheng was like a mainstay, splitting the hostile intents into 2. "How dare you attack us?" The other party was angry, but there was fear in their words. A living person who came to the 9 underworlds. This was enough to explain everything. If the other party didn't have enough strength, they couldn't even cross the 9 underworlds' Ghost Gate. And the only living people who could cross the 9 underworlds' Ghost Gate were the subordinates of the god race. Whether they were friend or foe, it was clear at a glance. Of course, they wouldn't show the slightest bit of mercy. With a shout, the ship rushed forward like a fierce beast crashing toward Tang Zheng. Chapter 1860. The ship crashed into Tang Zheng. Clang! With a loud bang, the sound of the ship falling apart rang out incessantly. In the blink of an eye, the ship had completely fallen apart and turned into ruins that filled the sky. Figures flew up from the ship one by one and stood high in the air looking down in shock. They saw that Tang Zheng was as still as a pine tree. He was still standing in the same spot as if he was fine. The ship had crashed into him with such a powerful force, but he was safe and sound while the ship fell apart. How terrifying was that? The strange beasts were stunned and seemed to have forgotten to vent their anger. They looked at Tang Zheng blankly and stammered. "You," Tang Zheng sighed and said, "if I said that you were really mistaken and that I'm not of the god race or someone from Fengdu, would you believe me?" They looked at him with a gaze that said, "Don't treat me like an idiot." The meaning was self-evident. Tang Zheng spread out his hands and said helplessly, "See, no matter what I say, you won't believe me. Then I can only use my method." What method? The strange beasts were at a loss and were at a loss. My method is simple and crude, but it has always been effective. Tang Zheng stretched out his hand and grabbed with his 5 fingers. A terrifying aura that covered the sky and covered the earth instantly enveloped this part of the world. The water lanterns stopped moving forward, and the strange beasts were horrified to find that they couldn't move. No matter how they used their skills to resist, it was futile. "What are you doing?" they asked in horror. Tang Zheng said casually, "I said my method is effective, right?" The strange beasts finally accepted their fate and stopped struggling. They stared at Tang Zheng. "I've just come to the 9 underworlds, so I'll let you be my guide and answer some of my questions," Tang Zheng said without allowing them to refute. "You'll spoil the plan if you stop us. We're going to the reincarnation pool. If we miss the time, then all the efforts of these ghosts will be wasted and they won't have the chance to reincarnate. Do you know how difficult it is for Lord Hades to gather these complete ghosts?" The strange beasts shouted with trembling voices. "Lord Hades." Tang Zheng raised his eyebrows and was attracted by these 2 words. Of course, the other information also made him realize something. "Is this 9 Serenity's master the Netherlord?" Tang Zheng asked. The exotic beast looked at him as if he was an idiot. Was there even a need to ask such a question? Isn't it common sense that you are a spy sent by the Protoss? Why ask so many times? Tang Zheng wasn't ashamed to ask. It seems so. The Netherworld Master is the 9 Underworlds Master, just like how the Fengdu Master is called the City Lord. He's an imitation of the 9 Underworlds. When the strange beast heard the name of the Fengdu Necropolis Master, it flew into a rage. "Don't mention that scoundrel. He intercepted the souls of the 9 underworlds and extracted a part of their souls. He's trying to destroy the foundation of the 9 underworlds. He's extremely shameless." Tang Zheng smiled since he could understand their thoughts. If the Necropolis Lord were to hear this, he wouldn't be able to refute it. What the City Lord has done is indeed worthy of this infamy. Tang Zheng said fairly. The exotic beast looked at him blankly and was confused. Why was he still speaking up for them? This wasn't in line with their expectations. Tang Zheng didn't explain much. He pointed at the Lantern River and said, "You spent a lot of energy to condense these souls, so they're very precious and can't be wasted. If you miss the time, you can't reincarnate, right?" The exotic beast hesitated for a moment and nodded. "That's right. Let's go to the reincarnation pool," Tang Zheng said. He removed the energy, and the Lantern River flowed into the distance again. Tang Zheng had plenty of time and was full of curiosity about the 9 underworlds. Thus, he decided to calm down and take a good look. The reincarnation pool was in charge of reincarnation. This was a place he had to go to. He might as well go with the flow and go directly. "Are you really going to the reincarnation pool?" the exotic beast hurriedly asked when he saw Tang Zheng following the Lantern River. They were also passively following him. Tang Zheng pointed into the distance and said, "That's the truth. What else is there to doubt? Do you want to destroy the reincarnation pool?" An exotic beast asked whimsically. The other exotic beasts were shocked. They were about to scold him when they saw Tang Zheng laugh. "I just want to take a look at the reincarnation pool." The exotic beasts were skeptical, but they had no choice but to lower their heads. No matter how they looked at Tang Zheng, they couldn't change the current situation. They looked at each other. Instead, hope gradually grew in their eyes. The reincarnation pool was guarded by a large army and experts. This person was walking right into the trap. It would save them a lot of trouble. Thus, they all quieted down. Tang Zheng acted as if he didn't see it and asked directly, "Are the complete souls in these water lanterns condensed from the incomplete souls?" The exotic beasts looked at each other as if they didn't want to answer him. However, they didn't want to expose themselves. The best plan was to stabilize the enemy. As long as they reached the reincarnation pool, the situation would be settled. Thus, they answered truthfully, Yes. In order to condense a complete soul, the Lord of the Netherworld needs to consume a large amount of remnant souls. Tang Zheng thought carefully for a while. This must be done with great power. Even he couldn't do it. After the remnant souls condense a complete soul, there must be some left. What about the remaining remnant souls? Tang Zheng hit the nail on the head and threw out another key question. The exotic beasts looked at him in surprise. They were shocked by his tricky question. Of course, after hearing this question, they became even angrier. They said bitterly, the remaining remnant souls can only turn into soul fog. Soul fog? This was the first time Tang Zheng heard this name. He asked, what happens after they turn into soul fog? Then they're no longer souls. They'll be imprisoned in the sea of soul fog and can never be reincarnated. The exotic beasts' voices trembled. It was because of anger and also because of pain. Why is the soul fog imprisoned? The soul fog will cause great pressure and lead to a disaster. Tang Zheng suddenly realized that the remaining remnant soul would actually cause such a serious after effect. The god race was truly killing two birds with one stone. Not only did they break the foundation of the 9 underworlds, they also left behind a huge disaster. Any one of them would cause the 9 underworlds to be in great danger and not be able to bear the consequences. Brilliant, really brilliant. I wonder who came up with this plan. In the sky, a huge lake appeared and floated in midair. The Lantern River converged towards this lake and flowed into it, stopping its advance. Is this the reincarnation pool? We're here. Tang Zheng looked at the reincarnation pool curiously. However, before he could see any clues, figures flickered in the darkness. A large army suddenly appeared. They guarded the reincarnation pool and stared at Tang Zheng, the uninvited guest. They also saw the exotic beasts that couldn't move and were shocked. They were secretly on guard. The exotic beasts were overjoyed and shouted, "This is a spy of the god race. Capture them quickly." Although they had already suspected that Tang Zheng was a spy for the god clan along the way, at this moment they still subconsciously shouted out. These 4 words were powerful and could attract hatred. Chapter 1861. The underworld army locked onto Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng calmly watched the army advance and leisurely strolled towards the army. As he walked, he said, "No matter what I say, you won't believe me. So, let's fight first and talk later." Tang Zheng had figured out that the underworld believed in power. If he didn't defeat them, he wouldn't be able to communicate peacefully at all. Since that was the case, he would defeat them completely first. He glanced over. Although there were many enemies, he wasn't worried. Looking at him, he couldn't help but think of the 9 Serenities hell in the world of ghosts. That was the place where Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva cultivated in the world of ghosts. He wanted to empty that hell before he could become a Buddha. In the end, he succeeded. That underworld hell was different from the real underworld world. Only the names were similar. The underworld world was much more powerful than the underworld hell. There was no comparison between the two. His thoughts drifted back. He saw that the army was already in front of him. Rays of light flew out from the army. These were the rays of light from treasures. They all shot toward Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng looked up. With just a glance, these attacks all missed and froze in midair. They couldn't move forward anymore. Just a glance had such divine power. It completely shocked the enemy. Immediately, they believed that Tang Zheng was a spy of the god race, because in this world only the god race had such means. Kill! Suddenly, uniform shouts resounded through the world. A giant stood out from the army. This giant stood tall and looked down on all living things. Even Tang Zheng looked insignificant in front of him. Tang Zheng looked at the giant. This giant also had 2 horns on his head, but he had a human face. He didn't know if he was a human or a beast. He stretched out his hand. The air in the sky quickly gathered and formed a huge drum in front of him. This drum covered an area of several hundred feet. It covered the sky and floated in midair. There was a commotion in the army. Cheers thundered. It seemed that their confidence had increased by a lot when they saw this drum. The underworld drum sounds. All things move. The underworld drum sounds. 10,000 souls break. Roars came out from the giant's mouth. Then he used his fist as a drumstick and hit the underworld drum hard. Bang! The sound of the drum reverberated, heaven and earth moved, and all living things moved. A shockwave accurately attacked Tang Zheng from the 9 Serenities drum, but it didn't cause any damage to the army. This kind of precise attack made Tang Zheng's eyes light up. Interesting indeed. Tang Zheng leaped high above the 9 Netherworld drum and looked down, facing the giant face to face. His gaze fell on the 9 Netherworld drum, only to see saint inscriptions appear on it. These saint inscriptions were neat and uniform, but there were a total of 4 saint inscriptions, which was more than the hidden sword. So it is a sacred artifact. Ha ha ha! My hidden sword is also a sacred artifact. It is more than enough to break your sacred artifact, Tang Zheng said with a chuckle. He raised the sword of Xuanzang. Suddenly, the sword light illuminated the reincarnation pool. The light from the water lamps was completely covered by the sword light. All that was left in their eyes was the dazzling sword light, like the scorching sun. Whoosh! He slashed at the 9 Serenities drum. The 9 Serenities drum sounded again. Tang Zheng's soul moved. He was startled and stopped in midair. His hands hesitated for a moment. This sound of the drum seemed to really want to shatter his soul. A sacred artifact that specializes in attacking souls is really extraordinary. Tang Zheng licked his lips and recovered from the shock. His hands no longer hesitated. Whoosh! A crack appeared in the sky. It was the mark of the hidden sword flying past. The sky cracked, the sound of the drum stopped, and the world returned to normal. Bang! The giant flew out. The 9 Serenities drum lost its master's control and gradually dissipated. It was like clouds gathering and dispersing, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. This 9 Serenities drum is a bit interesting. It doesn't seem to have a physical body. It was completely transformed by the giant. This is worth learning. My hidden sword hasn't changed much. It has always been a sword. If it can change into other forms, perhaps its power will be even greater. Tang Zheng was excited and suddenly had an idea. However, this idea firmly occupied his mind. He could not wait to test it out. He suppressed the hundreds of ideas in his mind and looked at the stunned 9 Serenities army. He said, "Can we have a proper discussion now?" The army began to whisper. "That is King Guyu. He has boundless strength and invincible divine might. How could he be defeated by him? Moreover, he did not take advantage of the victory to pursue and kill King Guyu. Isn't he missing a good opportunity?" The 9 Serenities army was made up of elites. They had unique insight and naturally saw many clues. After some analysis, they found more problems. Pairs of eyes swept across Tang Zheng. He did not move and allowed these eyes to size him up. He did not care about his secrets being exposed. Whoosh! King Guyu flew back and looked down at Tang Zheng. His voice was like the sound of a drum. He asked, "You are not a spy of the divine race. Who are you?" Tang Zheng looked at him and said, "Of course, I am not a spy of the divine race. I am an outsider. I heard about the matters between the divine race and the 9 Serenities. I was curious, so I came to the 9 Serenities to take a look. I did not expect to meet them. They did not believe me, so I could only use this method. I defeated them first, and then came to the reincarnation pool." Tang Zheng's gaze landed on the reincarnation pool. He said, "I heard that there is a time limit to the reincarnation pool. If we miss the time, all our previous efforts will be wasted. There are so many souls that need to be reincarnated. This is the main thing. Why don't I watch you guys activate the reincarnation pool first? I will be a quiet spectator. What do you think? Tang Zheng was neither fast nor slow. He was neither servile nor overbearing. This made King Gu Yu look at him in a new light. He said, "You are indeed not like those shameless people of the divine race. Your divine arts are not bad. You can actually fight against me. I am not even afraid of god monarchs, but I actually lost to you. What is your cultivation level?" King Gu Yu looked at Tang Zheng curiously, but he could not see through him. Tang Zheng seemed to have a halo around him. It was also like a layer of fog that blocked his probing gaze. My cultivation level is equivalent to God Monarch. Actually, your abilities are very strong. I was lucky to have one against you, Tang Zheng said humbly. He cultivated the heavenly god technique and built the divine bridge. His cultivation level was not something the divine race of the same level could compare to. King Gu Yu snorted and said, "Victory is victory. Defeat is defeat. I lost to you, but this is not shameful. I will defeat you again in the future." Tang Zheng smiled and said, "You are honest and upright. I like it." "Haha, I like you too," King Gu Yu said gruffly. "Then you can watch from the side as we activate the reincarnation pool." "All right." Tang Zheng did not disturb the other party. Although this battle came and ended quickly, he gained a lot. He was able to fight with a true expert of the 9 underworlds. This made his blood boil. Chapter 1862. A wave surged in the reincarnation pool. The wave gathered and turned into a whirlpool. The thousands of water lamps that flowed into the reincarnation pool gathered here and moved closer to the center of the whirlpool. Tang Zheng opened his eyes wide as he quietly watched this magical scene unfold before him. Whoosh! A water lamp rushed into the whirlpool, and a pillar of light shot up into the sky from the center of the whirlpool like a laser. It shot into the sky and did not dissipate. Following that, water lamps rushed into the whirlpool one by one. Pillars of light pierced through the reincarnation pool as if they were going to pierce through the heavens. They were like indomitable trees that supported the heavens and the earth, supporting this part of the sky. King Gu Yu controlled the reincarnation pool without saying a word. He glanced at Tang Zheng from the corner of his eyes and saw that he was watching very seriously without saying a word. King Gu Yu hesitated and said, "Reincarnation pool is not complicated. However, there is a specific moment when the reincarnation pool can be activated. The most important part of the reincarnation pool is the soul. Since you are from the outside world, you naturally know about the crimes that the divine clan has committed against the 9 underworlds. Extracting a soul is their evil deed." When he said this, the 9 underworlds' army's aura was filled with anger. It was as if they could explode at any time. Tang Zheng said calmly, "That is true. This is really an evil deed." King Gu Yu said with relief, "Those who know the inside story all think so." "Then why don't you resist? This is the act of destroying your foundation. It is too vile. How can you just let it be?" Tang Zheng asked, hitting the nail on the head. King Gu Yu sighed and said, "It's not that we don't want to resist. However, Lord Yu is kind and does not want the people in the world to suffer the chaos of war. That's why we keep delaying it." This reason was out of Tang Zheng's expectations. Although he had never seen Lord Yu before, he was after all the lord of this world. No matter if it was in terms of vision or spirit, he was definitely unparalleled. How could he not resist just because of this reason? This reason could not convince Tang Zheng. However, he did not ask for the reason. Instead, he chose to listen and watch. He said calmly, "Lord Yu is kind." More and more light pillars appeared on the reincarnation pool. After a while, when all the water lamps entered the whirlpool, the reincarnation pool had turned into a huge light pillar and was completely enveloped. Whoosh! Suddenly, a saint rune flew out from the center of the whirlpool and floated high in the air. The saint rune's light wasn't very eye-catching, but it overshadowed the huge pillar of light. Saint inscriptions? Tang Zheng looked at the scene in surprise. His hidden sword was a saint artifact, so he had a better understanding of saint inscriptions. When he saw this saint inscription, his heart trembled, and his eyes were completely attracted by it. This is the saint rune of a saint artifact. Moreover, this saint artifact only has one saint rune. Tang Zheng quietly analyzed. His hidden sword also had more than one saint pattern, but it was already an extraordinary treasure that could help him kill his enemies. Now, this saint artifact only had one saint rune. The great Tao was simple to the extreme. When Tang Zheng saw the sacred inscription, he was deeply shocked. He quickly asked, "What kind of magic treasure's sacred inscription is this?" The saint rune swam around the light pillar, and the light pillar slowly broke away from the vortex and flew into the sky. The saint rune kept protecting the light pillar until the saint rune disappeared into the horizon. Suddenly, there was a flash of light, and the saint runes returned, silently falling into the reincarnation pool. Everything was calm, and only the enormous reincarnation pool that spanned across heaven and earth floated in the air, silently telling everyone what had just happened. When everything was settled, King Guyu had the time to answer Tang Zheng's question. He pointed at the reincarnation pool and said, "This saint rune belongs to the reincarnation pool." Reincarnation pool? Tang Zheng was shocked. This reincarnation pool that covered the sky was actually a magic treasure, a saint artifact that was even more powerful than the hidden sword. "TSK, TSK!" Tang Zheng inwardly exclaimed in admiration. This was truly out of his expectations. If the reincarnation pool is a saint artifact, then wouldn't it be taken away by others? If someone stole the reincarnation pool, then their reincarnation project would really be ruined. Tang Zheng's words were shocking. Ha ha ha! Meaningful laughter rang out from the Nine Nether Army, as if they didn't agree and were worried about his words. The reincarnation pool is a saint artifact that belongs to the Nine Nether. Who can take it away? Humph. That person hasn't been born yet. No, there will never be such a person, King Guyu said resolutely. Tang Zheng was enlightened and said, "Since no one can take it away, then everything is fine. Otherwise, the Nine Nether will be in danger." After a pause, Tang Zheng pointed at the calm reincarnation pool and asked, "Has the reincarnation cycle ended?" King Guyu nodded. "It has ended. Since you have come to the Nine Nether, you must have your own purpose. What is your purpose?" King Guyu went straight to the point, and Tang Zheng didn't need to be courteous. Tang Zheng said directly, "I want to meet the Nine Nether Master." "Then what identity are you using to meet the Nether Master?" King Guyu asked. "I am representing another world to the Nine Nether. You may not have heard of this world, but that is not important. What is important is that I am here," Tang Zheng said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. "Another world?" King Guyu's eyes lit up and he was overjoyed. A playful smile appeared on his huge face as he stared at Tang Zheng and asked, "You are the legendary person from the lower realm?" Tang Zheng smiled bitterly. It seemed that everyone had misunderstood him and Yuan Ying's doppelganger. Yuan Ying's doppelganger's influence was not small, and even the Nine Nether knew about it. In other words, the Nine Nether had many spies and was well informed. Whatever happened in the God realm could not be hidden from the Nine Nether, and whatever mysterious person appeared in the God realm could not be hidden from the Nine Nether. In that case, didn't it mean that the Nine Nether had not accepted his fate and was continuously collecting information about the God realm and slowly plotting, or one day it would come in handy? This was exactly what Tang Zheng wanted. He was really afraid that the Nine Nether Master had no desires, and that would make things difficult for him. "It's me," Tang Zheng admitted openly. Yuan Ying came out of his body and was equivalent to a part of him, so it was not completely wrong for him to admit it like this. King Guyu's eyes kept rolling around Tang Zheng's body as he clicked his tongue in admiration. You made such a big commotion. You have already attracted the attention of the God Clan. Now that you have come to the Nine Nether, won't you have attracted the wrath of the God race? Tang Zheng's expression froze. He had never thought about this problem. He was not surprised and said casually, "The wrath of the God race has already reached the Nine Nether, and it's burning their buttocks. The attention that I have attracted is nothing. It has nothing to do with the big picture." King Guyu agreed with what Tang Zheng said, or rather, the Nine Nether had too many lice on its head, and it was not afraid of the God race coming to find trouble. Chapter 1863. Yudu was the capital of 9 underworlds, the center of power of 9 underworlds. It was equivalent to Fengdu. Yudu occupied an extremely vast area, and there were even mountain ranges that rose and fell continuously in the city. It was hard to tell if the mountain was in the city or if the city was in the mountain. The sky of 9 underworlds was dark, but the sky of Yudu was bright like daytime. However, there was no sun, moon, or stars. It was as if a white canopy covered the 9 heavens. The sky gave off light that shone on Yudu and chased away the darkness. Tang Zheng and King Guyu returned to Yudu together. The group was majestic and stretched endlessly. These were the elites under King Guyu. King Guyu had quite a bit of power in the 9 underworlds and was in charge of guarding the pool of reincarnation. Reincarnation pool was extremely important to 9 underworlds, so since he was guarding it, his position and abilities could be seen clearly. They flew through the air, and King Guyu and Tang Zheng directly flew through the gate of Yudu. As for the other subordinates, they landed and passed through the gate in an orderly manner. Seeing the curiosity on Tang Zheng's face, King Guyu introduced, "In Yudu City, only the King of Yudu can fly. You are an esteemed guest of the 9 underworlds, so you naturally have the status of an esteemed guest. Therefore, you can travel with me." Tang Zheng nodded his head in understanding and looked down at Yudu. He revealed an astonished expression and asked, "How big is this Yudu exactly?" King Guyu said proudly, "The size of Yudu can't be measured. In short, you just need to know that it is very, very big." Tang Zheng clicked his tongue secretly and said, "There are restrictions in Yudu that specifically target flying, right?" King Guyu praised, "As expected of someone who is cultivated to God, your discerning eyes are like torches." Tang Zheng was astonished. Flying in Yudu above one's level would definitely bring about terrifying attacks. With Tang Zheng's cultivation, he might not be able to defend against them. Maybe this was also a way to deal with the God race. If the God race wanted to attack Yudu, they could only attack from the land. If they wanted to attack from the celestial palace, it would be as difficult as ascending to heaven. Yudu's territory was vast, and if the God race really wanted to take it down, it was unknown how long they would have to drag out the battle line and how much manpower they would have to invest. There was a deep meaning behind this. Tang Zheng's gaze flickered, and he sighed ruefully in his heart. He was full of admiration for Yudu's arrangement. After a moment, the two of them flew to the tallest mountain in Yudu. The mountain was indomitable, piercing straight into the sky. This mountain was pitch black and emitted a cold and gloomy aura. Yin Qi lingered around it like clouds and mist, covering half of the mountain peak, making it look mysterious. This is the underworld mountain where the secluded Nether Lord resides. I have already informed the secluded Nether Lord. He is currently waiting for you on the underworld mountain." King Guyu said. Tang Zheng was filled with anticipation as he said, "Thank you, King Guyu, for your help. We wouldn't have known each other if we didn't fight. Moreover, you have an extraordinary status. When Lord Yu wants to see you, he will definitely have many questions to ask you." King Guyu didn't want to claim credit for himself, but continued to analyze the situation. Tang Zheng had already made preparations. Both parties flew to the peak of the underworld mountain. A magnificent palace stood at the peak of the underworld mountain, looking extremely magnificent. However, after Tang Zheng took a few more glances, his eyes widened in surprise. This palace wasn't built with bricks and tiles. Instead, it was formed by yin qi. Yet it looked corporeal and was no different from a real building. Tang Zheng exclaimed in astonishment, "What a great, divine art!" King Guyu guessed what he was thinking and said proudly, "This is a palace formed by the secluded Nether Lord executing a great divine art. It has been standing here for God knows how many years. It is even older than me." Impressive. Tang Zheng gave a thumbs up and praised from the bottom of his heart. "Esteemed guest, you flatter me." A vigorous voice came from the palace. Tang Zheng felt his vision blur, and they were already standing in the palace. Tang Zheng looked around and realized that he hadn't moved. It was the palace that had moved and covered them. Therefore, they had arrived in the palace. This palace wasn't simple. Lord Yu was even more so. Tang Zheng had already seen Lord Yu. He had a human face, but there were 2 horns on his head. He was incomparably tall, but he sat in the palace like a mountain. He was so tall that it was hard to look at his back. Lord Yu's eyes were extremely large. They were like 2 bright lamps hanging high in the sky. It was as if he could see through people's hearts. Tang Zheng bowed to Lord Yu and said, "Greetings, Lord Yu." Hades' sovereign looked at Tang Zheng. It was as if all of Tang Zheng's secrets were exposed to Hades' sovereign's gaze. Tang Zheng's expression was calm. He didn't use any arts to resist and just looked at Lord Yu quietly. Lord Yu was looking at him. He was also looking at Lord Yu. They observed each other carefully. After a while, they both retracted their gazes. "Esteemed guest, are you from another world?" Lord Yu asked. Tang Zheng nodded. "Yes. My world is too weak compared to the immortal world and the 9 underworlds." This was the truth. The mortal world was more prosperous than the immortal world and the 9 underworlds. However, this prosperity was just an illusion. It wasn't as stable as the primitive scenery of these 2 worlds. These 2 worlds had true elites who could protect themselves. Therefore, even if other enemies had designs on them or threatened them, they could still protect their own worlds. But to the mortal world, there were too few elites. This caused the mortal world to be weak and unable to resist the invasion of powerful enemies. Lord Yu said in a low voice, "There are many large and small worlds in the universe. Although your world is weak, it has produced a great expert like you. This already shows its potential. In time, your world will become stronger and stronger." Tang Zheng nodded in agreement. However, he changed the topic and said, "But my world is facing too great a crisis. Once the immortal world descends, it will be a disaster." Immortal world. Lord Yu muttered softly, "The immortal world absorbs the power of faith from your world and feeds it back to the immortal world. Your world is the nourishment of the immortal world. To the immortal world, your world is indeed too weak and insignificant. This is because the immortal world has too many worlds that can replace your world." Tang Zheng's heart trembled. He originally thought that the mortal world was the only source of power of faith for the immortal world. He didn't expect the immortal world to control so many worlds. Tang Zheng didn't say a word. He silently agreed with Lord Yu's words. Lord Yu continued, "You're here to find a way to break this, right?" "Yes." Tang Zheng didn't mince his words. "The immortal world is high and mighty. I want to pull them down from their altar. Only then will my world be safe. Moreover, it will be done once and for all." What a great ambition! Lord Yu praised. "Unfortunately, it's almost impossible." "Why?" "My conflict with the immortal world is deeper than yours. I also want to pull them down from their altar. I've tried, but I failed in the end. I was born from heaven and earth and have great divine abilities. However, I still can't shake the immortal world's position. Do you think you can succeed? The moment Lord Yu finished speaking, an earth-shattering power that caused one's soul to tremble enveloped him. Chapter 1864. Tang Zheng's voice was powerful and resonated throughout the underworld mountain, stirring everyone's hearts. The aura emitted from Hades, Lord's body, receded like the tide. He stared at Tang Zheng as though he was really going to reevaluate him. "What's your plan?" Hades' Lord asked after a while. Tang Zheng had already prepared a draft. Actually, there are many people in the divine realm who are dissatisfied with the god race. However, they don't dare to resist and can only silently suppress their anger in their hearts. We can change this situation. I heard about your deeds in the divine realm. Hades' Lord suddenly said something shocking. This time, it was Tang Zheng's turn to be shocked. He had not done anything shocking in the divine realm. So why would Hades' Lord say that? Suddenly, a light flashed through his mind as he came to a realization. So it was Yuaning's clone. He had caused quite a commotion in the divine realm, which attracted the attention of the divine realm. However, Tang Zheng had just arrived, so he did not know what Yuaning's clone had done. He said calmly, "The things I did actually spread to the 9 underworlds. I wonder if the rumors have spread out, hee." Hades' Lord said, "I also have eyes and ears in the divine realm. So how could the rumors have spread out? Since you are right in front of me, it's better if I ask you face to face." "Then I'm all ears." Tang Zheng was secretly delighted as he said mysteriously, "The divine realm has a strict hierarchy, and the god race has many representatives stationed in the major cities. These people abuse their power and bully their own kind. However, you traveled thousands of miles to gather those bullied, cultivators, and rebel against these representatives. It's a pity that there are too few of you. Although you repeatedly dampened the enemy's spirit, you still suffered heavy casualties in the end. Am I right?" Hades' Lord stared straight at Tang Zheng as he asked in a deep voice. Tang Zheng memorized every word. He was shocked that Yuaning's clone had caused so much trouble. He had really underestimated him. "At the gate of the realm of the gods, I saw the heads of those cultivators. It was said that they colluded with the enemy. They must have been bewitched by Yuaning's doppelganger." When Tang Zheng thought of this, he was slightly angered. Not only did those people die, their corpses were also exposed to the public. It was truly vicious. Could it be that they want to use this method to provoke the enemy so that they will attack with all their might and take away the heads to free them? Tang Zheng was shocked. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. The city is heavily guarded. I hope no one takes the risk. Otherwise, they'll fall into the enemy's trap. Tang Zheng calmed himself down and looked at Netherlord with a smile. Netherlord is indeed well informed. He generously took responsibility for what Yuaning's doppelganger had done. "Unfortunately, you have underestimated the strength of the god race. Your actions are like scratching an itch through a boot. They won't be of much use at all." Psionic Lord hit the nail on the head. Tang Zheng didn't deny it and directly nodded in agreement. "What you say makes sense." Nether Lord looked at him in astonishment. He hadn't expected him to admit it directly. This was what Tang Zheng thought. Even though Yuaning's doppelganger had caused quite a commotion, it indeed couldn't be of much use. Seeing Netherlord looking at him in bewilderment, Tang Zheng said frankly, "Therefore I have another plan." "What plan?" "To solve the problem from the root." "How can we solve the problem from the root?" "The god race created Fengdu and extracted the souls of the 9 underworlds. Furthermore, they extracted a part of them to break the foundation of the 9 underworlds. Similarly, we can also make a fuss about the souls." Tang Zheng said confidently. Netherlord was confused. He was the master of the 9 underworlds, but he hadn't thought of how to make a fuss about the souls. In order to stabilize the foundation of the 9 underworlds, he was already exhausted. He had racked his brains, but no matter what, he couldn't think of any other way to make a fuss. Tang Zheng's tone was firm and solemn. Nether Lord couldn't help but believe him a little. He asked curiously, "How do we make a fuss about it?" "You must have heard that many years ago a genius appeared in the God realm and created a technique called the Heavenly God Technique. This is a method for humans to cultivate to become a god," Tang Jing said. Nether Lord nodded, but he still didn't understand. "Of course I know this person. From this, we can see how vicious the god race is. No matter who threatens their rule and status, they will stop at nothing to get rid of them." Tang Zheng nodded in agreement. Even though the god race killed this genius, they can't erase his existence and contributions. The Heavenly God Technique he created has been passed down, and this is a treasure of the human race. It's also something we can make a fuss about. Nether Lord didn't understand. He also knew about the Heavenly God Technique, but he hadn't really seen its contents. Naturally, he couldn't make a fuss about it. Tang Zheng decided to unravel the mystery. The Heavenly God Technique is a technique to build a divine bridge. Once the divine bridge is built, humans will have the chance to become a god. The 9 underworlds are in charge of reincarnation, so we can definitely build a bridge in the souls of the reincarnated, allowing them to cultivate naturally in their mother's womb. Once they are born, they will have the qualifications to become a god. Tang Zheng explained everything. This was a plan he had come up with after much deliberation. After seeing the reincarnation in the reincarnation pool, he was certain that his plan was extremely feasible. At this moment, Netherlord looked at Tang Zheng in shock. He thought about it repeatedly and actually found that this plan was flawless. Moreover, it was a brilliant plan that took drastic measures to deal with the problem. The god race wouldn't have thought of this even in their dreams. Once the newborns in the god realm had a divine bridge and had the qualifications to become a god, countless humans would cultivate to become a god in the god realm. Wasn't this what the god race feared? The god race didn't want humans to become gods and threaten their status and rule. Once a large number of humans became gods, the god race wouldn't be able to stop them at all. The god race's rule would collapse on its own. The god race couldn't possibly kill all of the humans. Humans were the source of their power of faith. If they killed them, where would their power of faith come from? Brilliant, truly brilliant. This was a plan that the god race had no way of breaking. Nether Lord looked at Tang Zheng from head to toe, as if he wanted to see how he came up with this brilliant plan. Brilliant, brilliant! Nether Lord praised from the bottom of his heart. Tang Zheng smiled and said, "I'm only proposing a plan, but without the cooperation of Nether Lord and the 9 underworlds, my plan is just empty words. Of course, I will cooperate fully." Nether Lord couldn't help but blurt out, "The god race destroyed the foundation of the 9 underworlds, so I will destroy the foundation of the god race as well. They are delusional to think that they can maintain their rule forever. Dream on." Chapter 1865. After Yu Zhu finished reading the jade scroll in his hand, the Heavenly God Technique was already imprinted in his mind. He was deeply shocked. The Heavenly God Technique is truly miraculous. That person is a true genius. Yu Zhu was actually filled with respect for the genius who created the Heavenly God Technique. Tang Zheng was not surprised. When he first saw it, he also thought the same. Yu Zhu should be confident now, right? Yu Zhu nodded confidently. Good, I can use the Heavenly God Technique to build a divine bridge in the reincarnated soul. Furthermore, I can imprint the Heavenly God Technique into their soul. From the day they are born, the Heavenly God Technique will be deeply ingrained in their body. They can cultivate without others teaching them. Tang Zheng said, "Not only that, once the divine bridge is built in their soul, they will be able to cultivate freely in the womb. The womb is an innate environment, an unparalleled cultivation environment. Cultivation will be twice as fast with half the effort. Then, from the day they are born, they will have reached heights that others will never be able to reach in their lifetime. Yu Zhu suddenly realized and asked. Tang Zheng recalled the situation after his son was born. He smiled and said with certainty, yes. Yu Zhu looked deeply at Tang Zheng and said, experts will spring up like bamboo shoots after the rain. Isn't that what we want to see? Tang Zheng asked. Yu Zhu nodded and pondered. Suddenly he changed the topic and asked, we have overlooked a crucial problem. The heavenly God technique uses the power of faith to cultivate. Without it, how can they cultivate? Tang Zheng smiled mysteriously. How can they not have the power of faith? Don't they have me? Although you have cultivated to godhood, how much power of faith do you have? Yu Zhu disagreed. Clearly, he did not know Tang Zheng's exact situation. The power of faith could pass through space. After Tang Zheng came to the God realm, he already knew this. He could still feel the boundless power of faith in the mortal world. As long as he wanted, the power of faith could be continuously transmitted from the mortal world. The God race ruled many worlds and seized the power of faith from them. It was precisely because the power of faith could freely travel between worlds, which provided them with convenience. Tang Zheng said confidently, I want as much faith power as I want. I have as much faith power as I want. Psionic Lord was well aware of how hard it was to obtain the power of faith and how precious it was. For Tang Zheng to be so confident, there must be a reason behind it. After thinking for a while, Psionic Lord immediately guessed the truth and said, you have the power of faith of your world. Tang Zheng was not surprised. He admitted generously, yes. Yu Zhu stared deeply at Tang Zheng, as if he was getting to know him all over again. I never thought that a human would be able to do such a thing, to take the power of faith of a world for himself. This is completely breaking the rule of the gods. Amazing, amazing. You are not inferior to the genius who created the heavenly god arts. Lord Yu praised. This was a huge compliment. Tang Zheng accepted it calmly because he was worthy of such praise. No wonder you dare to oppose the god race. Not only do you have such great ambitions, but you also have the corresponding ability. I really underestimated you before. Psionic Lord sighed ruefully. My 9 underworlds has existed since ancient times, but it was unable to give birth to a genius like you. It is truly regretful. Although your world is ruled by the gods, it was able to give birth to a genius like you. I am truly curious about your world. If there is a chance, I will definitely go and take a look. Ha ha ha. After we defeat the gods, I will invite you to my world as a guest, Tang Zheng said with a laugh. He then changed the topic and said, time waits for no one. Let's get down to business first. Yes, I will bring you to the Soul Fog Sea. Psionic Lord's voice became somewhat gloomy. The word Soul Fog Sea caused his mood to become gloomy. This was an eternal pain in his heart and also a scar in the 9 underworlds. Hearing him mention the Soul Fog Sea, Tang Zheng's interest was piqued. He had heard others mention the Soul Fog Sea before and knew how dangerous it was. 9 underworlds waved his hand, and the scene in front of him changed. Tang Zheng looked carefully and realized that he and Psionic Lord had arrived at a new place. Tang Zheng's heart trembled. Psionic Lord was indeed Psionic Lord. He possessed remarkable abilities and was not someone the current Tang Zheng could compare to. 2 figures, one tall and one short, suddenly flashed like lightning and stood in front of Tang Zheng and Psionic Lord. Psionic Lord! The 2 of them bowed respectfully. Tang Zheng's eyes widened as he looked at these 2 fellows who were as different as heaven and earth. They both looked like humans and did not have any horns on their heads. However, the strange thing was that one of them was as tall as a giant and the other was as short as a midget. One tall and one short, the contrast was very obvious. The 2's eyes rolled around Tang Zheng's body, revealing a shocked expression as they exclaimed in a low voice, A living person? Those who came from the 9 underworlds were either ghosts or natives of the 9 underworlds like them. But this was actually a living person. How could they not be surprised? Psionic Lord pointed at the two of them and said, Tang Zheng, these two are Psionic King High and Psionic King Short. They are in charge of guarding the Soul Fog Sea. Tang Zheng bowed in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. Greetings, Psionic Kings. The two Psionic Kings returned the greeting, but they were even more puzzled. Psionic Lord treated this person so courteously. Just what kind of identity did he have to deserve such attention from Psionic Lord? Tang Zheng is an esteemed guest of the 9 underworlds. We cannot neglect him. We have come to the Soul Fog Sea to do something. Just follow us, Psionic Lord instructed. Yes. The two Psionic Kings replied. Their gazes toward Tang Zheng changed subtly. Psionic Lord emphasized that he was an esteemed guest. This treatment was simply too good. It was unprecedented. Psionic Lord pointed ahead and said in a melancholy tone, This is the Soul Fog Sea. Tang Zheng looked up and was stunned. He was in disbelief. He saw an ocean floating in the boundless sky. He didn't know where its borders were. This ocean was black because it was formed by the Soul Fog Sea. The Soul Fog Sea was made up of soul fragments. It was pitch black in color. There were lamps at the border of the Soul Fog Sea, and the 9 underworlds army was waiting outside. They were there to ensure that the Soul Fog Sea wouldn't leave the Soul Fog Sea and cause a disaster. The Soul Fog Sea is extremely dangerous. It concerns the survival of the 9 underworlds, so we can't be careless. It's precisely because of this that I sent 2 Psionic Kings to guard this place, Psionic Lord explained. Tang Zheng was enlightened. The reincarnation pool only had 1 Psionic King guarding it, while the Soul Fog Sea was guarded by 2 Psionic Kings. This was indeed a big difference. Of course, it could be seen that the Soul Fog Sea was far more dangerous than Tang Zheng had imagined. The new reincarnated soul we condense is at the border of the Soul Fog Sea. Once a new complete soul is condensed, the remaining soul fragments will be injected into the Soul Fog Sea. We can't let the Soul Fog Sea flow out, Psionic Lord explained as he walked toward the army. That was the fury he was suppressing. The remnant souls were placed on the high platform and lined up in a row. Their eyes were lifeless, and even when they saw the Nether Lord and Tang Zheng, they didn't show any reaction. Tang Zheng shook his head inwardly. Sending this kind of remnant soul into the 9 underworlds was truly a huge blow to the 9 underworlds. Yu Zhu, if we don't reincarnate, the number of humans in the God realm will decrease. Wouldn't the God clan be smashing their own feet with a rock? Lord Yu Zhu shook his head solemnly. The 9 underworlds have been like this since ancient times because the 9 underworlds have taken on an important responsibility, and that is to reincarnate. This is the foundation of the entire 9 underworld world. If we don't do this, we will be betraying our duty and the necessity of the 9 underworlds world's existence. In time, the 9 underworlds world will definitely fall apart and be completely destroyed. This is a rule set by the great Tao of chaos, and it won't change based on our will. Tang Zheng was enlightened. The celestial race was very clear about this, and that was why they dared to do this without any fear. This was completely eating away at the 9 underworlds' strength bit by bit. Let me try one first. If it succeeds, we can spread it, Lord Yuzhu said. Tang Zheng nodded. At this time, a member of the 9 underworlds army walked up the high platform. Tang Zheng looked at him in surprise, not knowing why. He saw the other party walk with his head held high, and his eyes were resolute. It was as if he had made up his mind to do something. A loud horn sounded from the 9 underworlds army, and then a song rang out. This song was low and passionate, as if it was specially prepared for the warriors who were going to war. This song had no lyrics, but every syllable hit Tang Zheng's heart fiercely, making him feel as if his blood was boiling. What are they doing? Tang Zheng was even more confused. This was condensing souls, not going to war to kill the enemy. Suddenly, Tang Zheng's pupils shrank. That 9 Underworld's army soldier was already fighting with the remnant souls. Lord Yu Zhu's tall figure stood in front of him, gently stroking the 9 Underworld's army soldier's head as if he was a senior caring for a junior. You are sacrificing yourself for the 9 Underworlds. The 9 Underworlds will remember you. Lord Yu Zhu's voice had a hint of pain. It is my honor to sacrifice myself for the 9 Underworlds, the 9 Underworlds army soldier said loudly without a trace of fear. Instead, he had the fearless bearing of a warrior who was going to war. His gaze swept across the sea of souls, and he said, "Even if that is where I belong in the end, I have no regrets." "My good son of the 9 Underworlds," Lord Yu Zhu praised loudly. His voice reverberated in the sea of souls, causing waves to rise in the sea of souls, as if it was about to break through the restrictions. Suddenly, rays of light shot up from the sea of souls, suppressing these waves, and the sea of souls returned to its calm state. Tang Zheng was a smart person, and from these few words, he already knew a shocking truth. Lord Yu Zhu isn't condensing souls from 2 remnant souls. Tang Zheng suppressed the shock in his heart and asked curiously. Actually, he had already guessed the truth, but he still wanted to verify it with his own mouth. The pain in Lord Yu Zhu's eyes became more and more intense, and he said, "Back then, we also thought that 2 remnant souls could condense into a complete soul. Later on, we realized that we were wrong. The soul that was extracted from each remnant soul was exactly the same, so these remnant souls all lacked the same soul. Even if we used 2 remnant souls, we wouldn't be able to condense a truly complete soul." Tang Zheng felt a chill run down his spine. What a vicious poison! His heart trembled violently, and he said, "Then we have to use other people who have the same soul to make up for it, right?" "Yes, we can only use the souls of the children of 9 Underworlds to make up for it, allowing a complete soul to reincarnate," Lord Yu Zhu replied. Tang Zheng's gaze landed on the soldier of 9 Underworlds. All the remnant souls lacked a soul, so they could only use the souls of the soldiers of 9 Underworlds to make up for it. After the soldiers of 9 Underworlds lost their souls, they couldn't survive and would become remnant souls again. However, their fates were much more miserable than the remnant souls from Fengdu. Their souls would turn into fragments and merge with the sea of souls. This was a scheme that was even more vicious than killing people. Not only was it taking drastic measures, it was also nibbling away at the army of 9 Underworlds bit by bit. In order to condense a complete soul, the army of 9 Underworlds was getting smaller and smaller, and the threat to the god race was naturally getting smaller and smaller. In the future, the god race wouldn't even need to descend on 9 Underworlds because 9 Underworlds itself would be finished. Ruthless, truly too ruthless. Tang Zheng sucked in a breath of cold air, and a chill ran down his spine. Chapter 1867. When Hades' sovereign saw that Tang Zheng already knew about the huge sacrifice that 9 Nether had made, he didn't say anything else. He silently exchanged glances with the 9 Nether soldiers and shouted, "Gather the souls!" The singing from the 9 Nether army became even louder and louder, and a solemn atmosphere arose spontaneously. The remnant souls and the 9 Nether soldiers stood side by side. Hades' sovereign pointed at the stage. An ray of light rose from the stage, enveloping the remnant souls and the 9 Nether soldiers at the same time. A painful howl rang out. This was a part of the 9 Nether soldiers' soul being forcefully extracted from his body. Tang Zheng's pupils shrank. Although the ray of light blocked his vision, Tang Zheng could still see everything clearly. He could clearly feel the 9 Nether Soldiers' pain. This wasn't an ordinary physical pain, but a pain that came from the depths of his soul. His soul was being torn apart bit by bit. Tang Zheng was overwhelmed with shock. After witnessing this painful scene, the 9 Nether Soldiers didn't retreat. Instead, they charged forward wave after wave. This courage was truly admirable. Even with such an army, they still aren't a match for the god race. Just how strong are the god race? Tang Zheng was aghast. He had once killed a member of the god race that had descended to the mortal world. So he subconsciously thought that the god race was only SOO. The more he understood and felt, the more he understood how strong the god race was. The god race was definitely the strongest enemy he had ever encountered in his life. Fortunately, he wasn't in a hurry to reveal his identity in the god world. Otherwise, he would really be in danger. The remnant soul was extracted from the 9 Nether Soldiers' body. His miserable howls finally stopped, but his body was slowly falling apart. He was already missing a part of his soul. He had become a remnant soul and was about to turn into soul fog. Hades' sovereign looked at him deeply before focusing his attention on the other remnant soul. He controlled the remnant soul and injected it into the remnant soul. At the same time, he imprinted the heavenly god technique. When the remnant soul and the remnant soul completely fused, the heavenly god technique was also completely imprinted in the new soul. The 9 Nether army was no longer unfamiliar with this. The singing gradually became softer, as though they were sending off their comrades. Suddenly, Hades' sovereign shouted, "Tang Zheng, it's your turn." Tang Zheng immediately acted. A surge of power of faith gushed out from his fingertips and entered the new soul. The heavenly god arts activated on its own, using the power of faith to establish a divine bridge. Above the divine bridge, rainbow clouds floated, and traces of faith energy were contained within these rainbow clouds. After a new soul reincarnated, it could use this faith energy to continuously cultivate and advance by leaps and bounds. They were using Tang Zheng's power of faith, which was equivalent to imperceptibly imprinting Tang Zheng's mark on their bodies. In time, they would become Tang Zheng's followers and no longer convert to the divine race. This was what Tang Zheng had thought of from the very beginning. This was a pleasant surprise for him, so he was not stingy with his power of faith. The Nether Lord naturally saw through this as well, but he did not stop him. What he cared about was the 9 underworlds. He didn't care who the humans worshipped. Believing in Tang Zheng was better than believing in the Protoss. The new soul opened its eyes, and it was no longer in a daze. Instead, it was in high spirits. The 9 underworlds army was no stranger to soul assembly, but this time it was completely different. They looked at the Nether Lord in astonishment, then at Tang Zheng, and finally at the new soul. This new soul gave them a strange feeling, and it was poles apart from the previous one. High Netherworld King and Short Netherworld King looked at the Nether Lord in a daze, asking, "Nether Lord, why is there a change in soul assembly? What did he do to the new soul?" An outsider was actually involved in soul assembly, but there was no precedent for this, so they did not understand the meaning of this change. Nether Lord said, "I'll tell you later." With that said, he waved his finger, and the light beam that wrapped around the fragmented soul of the 9 underworlds army quickly flew into the Soul Mist Sea. The high platform was right next to the Soul Fog Sea. When the beam of light fell from the high platform, it landed right in the middle of the Soul Fog Sea. When the beam of light wrapped around the remnant soul and fell into the Soul Fog Sea, the Soul Fog Sea immediately rippled. The Soul Mist Sea devoured the light beam from all directions. The light beam shattered and was completely devoured in the blink of an eye. The new Soul Mist merged into the Soul Mist Sea, causing the Soul Mist Sea to surge violently with an astonishing momentum. Tang Zheng's eyes did not blink as he watched this scene. He was deeply shocked. Netherlord was unperturbed as he pointed at the new soul and said, "You too, Check if there are any changes in the new soul. High Netherworld King and Short Netherworld King were already unable to restrain themselves and immediately rushed over to check. Gradually, their expressions became serious. There's an additional divine bridge in his body. There's also the power of faith on the divine bridge. They looked at Nether, Lord in a daze, not understanding what was going on. However, when they recalled Tang Zheng's actions during Soul Assembly, they immediately guessed that all of this had something to do with him. Tang Zheng said with a smile, "Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you." Nether Lord sighed emotionally. "We really succeeded. This divine bridge was created using the heavenly god art created by that human genius in the god realm. As for the power of faith, it was he who poured it into it. This will be a great opportunity for our 9 underworlds to wash away our previous humiliation. After the new soul reincarnates, it can borrow the power of this divine bridge to cultivate and become a god?" The 2 Netherworld kings asked in disbelief. Nether Lord nodded. "That's right. From now on, humans in the god realm will also be able to become gods, and the god race will no longer be high and mighty. Their status will be in danger. Ha ha ha, the heavens are helping our 9 underworlds." The 2 Netherworld kings laughed loudly, feeling proud and elated as the haze in their hearts was swept away. "This is the great plan of our 9 underworlds. You must not announce it to the outside world," Nether Lord warned sternly. "Yes, this subordinate understands." The 2 Netherworld kings hesitated for a moment before their expressions changed. They bowed to Tang Zheng without saying a single word, but their meaning was clear. They were grateful to Tang Zheng for what he had done, as he had saved thousands of children of the 9 Nether. Just this point alone was enough for Tang Zheng to deserve their great gift. Tang Zheng cupped his hands in return, saying, "Everyone, there's no need for this. I also have a great enmity with the god race. We have a common enemy, so it's only right that we help each other and fight against this strong enemy." After a slight pause, he said to Netherlord, "Since the experiment is a success, let's continue. Let's strive to make the next reincarnation souls become like this." Netherlord's confidence was greatly boosted as well, and he said, "All right." The 2 Netherworld kings executed their arts day and night, modifying all the new souls. Because the new remnant souls were injected into the soul fog sea, the waves became even more turbulent. However, they were suppressed by a powerful force and couldn't break free. Many days later, Tang Zheng and Nether Lord finally finished modifying the next batch of reincarnated souls. They looked at each other and smiled, feeling extremely carefree. Nether Lord said with yearning, "I can't wait to see the changes in the human world after the reincarnation. It will definitely be very lively." Tang Zheng smiled. "I've been in 9 underworlds for a long time. I'm going to leave so I can help you take a look at the scene after these new souls reincarnate." Chapter 1868. Divine Realm. In a small courtyard, a baby's cries broke the silence of the night. A baby fell to the ground, descending into the divine realm. The cries were loud and clear, full of vigor. Outside the house, a man was pacing back and forth in front of the door. When he heard the baby's cries, he immediately stopped and looked at the door excitedly, rubbing his hands in excitement. "Mother and child are safe. Congratulations, congratulations!" A midwife walked out with the baby in her arms and congratulated, but her expression was a little strange. When she came in front of the man with the baby, she hesitated to speak. "Quick, let me see." The man didn't notice her strange expression and impatiently took the baby, saying, "It's a son." "Huh." Suddenly, his gaze fixed on the baby, and he looked up abruptly, exchanging glances with the midwife. The midwife had a sullen expression and asked, "Did you notice it too?" The man didn't rush to answer and instead asked cautiously, "What did you notice?" "This child is very different from other children. He already had cultivation at birth. This is something that was brought out from his mother's womb. He is a genius. The midwife gradually became excited. She had delivered countless babies in her life, but this was the first baby to be born with a cultivation base from the mother's womb. If this wasn't a genius, then what was? A genius, the man muttered to himself. Suddenly, as if he had just woken up from a dream, he was wild with joy and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha! A genius! My son is a genius! Tang Zheng stood on the wall and looked at this scene with a satisfied smile. The people in the courtyard didn't notice him at all. Only the newborn baby opened his hazy eyes and looked in his direction. Ghost Lord, our plan succeeded. He jumped down the wall and silently walked through the streets. This night, many babies were crying out, and countless families were crying out in surprise. Geniuses were born like bamboo shoots after the rain, and normal people didn't notice this strange event at all. Because, that night, another matter attracted everyone's attention. This city seemed to be boiling with excitement. Tang Zheng heard the sounds of fighting coming from the city gate from afar. He raised his head in surprise. He could faintly see the light of a transcendent artifact coming from the city gate. That was the sign of people fighting. There were people fighting at the city gate. Tang Zheng's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly came to the city gate. He saw a lot of people fighting together. To be more precise, it was a large group of experts besieging a few people. These people were standing on the city wall. A few of them were blocking the enemies, while the others were busy collecting the heads hanging high on the city wall. When Tang Zheng first entered the city, he was also attracted by these heads. It was said that these heads belonged to people who opposed the god race, but he didn't know who they were. Obviously, these people were the companions of the deceased. They actually came to collect the corpses despite the danger. It was a pity that the enemy had already set up an ambush, and as soon as they appeared, they would attack together. Someone from the divine world who dares to go against the god clan? Interesting. These people can't fight against the enemy. I need to find a chance to save them. Tang Zheng made a decision in an instant, but he was not in a hurry to make a move. He wanted to see the details of these people first. Moreover, these people would only be more grateful to him if he saved them at the most critical moment. In a flash, they had already collected the heads and activated their magical weapons to fight the enemy. You are a group of dogs of the god race. The god race oppresses us humans, and you actually help them. One day, you will pay the price for what you have done. In the crowd, a woman shouted angrily, "Death is near, and you still dare to be so sharp-tongued. When we capture you, you will know how to cry." A general standing on the city wall said arrogantly, "What is there to be afraid of? Even if we die, we will not be dogs. We want freedom and dignity. Do you dogs have those?" The others were also filled with righteous indignation and shouted loudly. The general's face was ashen. He threw his palm into the air, and a cold light flew out from his palm, turning into a long spear. It was a brilliant magical weapon. He pointed it at the group and said, "Stubbornly stubborn, even death can't wipe out your crimes. Kill." The general roared and arrived in front of the group in the blink of an eye. His long spear was like a dragon, and waves of dragon roars resounded through the sky. The few people reacted in a panic. They activated their magical weapons, and rays of light filled the sky, turning the city gate into daytime. However, the difference in strength between the two sides was too great. The long spear was like a dragon, shuttling back and forth between the few people. Ping, 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 countless magical weapons fell. The long spear pierced through the sky and took the woman's head. The woman had already lost her magical weapon. She hurriedly retreated, but the long spear had locked onto her, and she could not retreat. Just as she was in despair, a figure appeared in front of her. She looked up in surprise. This person came too fast, and she could not defend herself at all. She saw this person stretch out a finger and gently point at the long spear. The long spear turned into an angry dragon. It opened its ferocious dragon mouth and kept roaring. However, when this person's finger touched the center of the dragon's head immediately stopped. The diving body actually stopped in an instant. Everyone looked at this scene in horror. This person actually used a finger to stop the spear. Who was he? Before they could guess this person's identity, they heard a loud crack. The long spear cracked and turned into fragments, scattering all over the ground. Pooh! The general's magical weapon was destroyed. His mind was greatly shaken, and he spat out blood. He looked at this person in horror and anger. He angrily shouted, "Who are you?" This person did not answer him. Instead, he said indifferently, "I'll let you see what a true dragon is." As soon as he finished speaking, this person's body emitted a golden light that shot into the sky. He actually turned into a golden dragon. It was incomparably huge, and it crossed over everyone's heads as if it was looking down on ants. The general was scared out of his wits. He ran away. However, he was still one step too late. The dragon claw reached out and caught him. Boom! With an explosion, this person turned into flesh and blood that filled the sky. His soul was scattered. The other enemies were already scared silly. When the dragon looked over, it was as if a spell had been cast on them. They stood still on the spot. The divine dragon shook his body and turned back into a human. He said to the woman and the others, "Let's go." He took the lead and flew down the city wall. The others seemed to have woken up from a dream. They followed closely behind and disappeared into the night. When they had escaped far away, they stopped. The woman looked at the man opposite her in horror and asked, "Who are you? Why did you save me?" This person was, of course, Tang Zheng. He looked around and sized them up with interest. He said, "I saw that you guys did not hesitate to sacrifice yourselves to save your companions. This heroic spirit is admirable, so I helped." When the woman heard this, she was embarrassed. She blushed and waved her hand. "How is this heroic spirit? It was just a small matter. Those who died are the heroes. They fought for humanity. It's a pity that there are too many ignorant people in this world. They help the evildoers and harm their own people." Chapter 1869. The woman and the others stared at Tang Zheng with burning eyes, anticipating Tang Zheng's answer. Tang Zheng pondered for a moment, then said, "My name is Tang Zheng." He wasn't sure if Yuan Ying's doppelganger used this name in the God realm, but he still told her the truth. "All right, we will remember our benefactor's name." It was obvious that this was the first time the woman had heard this name. Tang Zheng let out a sigh of relief and asked, "What do you plan to do next?" The woman and the others glanced at each other. Then the woman said, "We plan to look for a mysterious person." "A mysterious person?" Tang Zheng raised an eyebrow and asked curiously. "Yes, it is said that a mysterious expert has appeared in the God realm. He alone has taken up the banner to fight against the God race. There are already many rumors about him in many places. He is a role model for us humans who are dissatisfied with the oppression of the God race. Therefore, we will look for him and serve under him," the woman said with yearning. Obviously, everyone looked up to this mysterious expert and worshipped him greatly. Tang Zheng's expression became strange. Could this mysterious expert be his Yuan Ying doppelganger? Back then, Yuan Ying's doppelganger had abandoned him. He didn't know where he was now or how he was doing. Since Tang Zheng had come to the God realm, he didn't mind meeting him. The woman saw that Tang Zheng had fallen silent and hesitated for a moment before advising, "Benefactor, you are also an expert. Moreover, you are the same as us. Why don't you come with us to look for this mysterious expert? Let me tell you, it is said that this person has cultivated to the God realm and his strength is not inferior to the God race. Under his leadership, our human race will definitely be able to break free from our shackles." The more the woman spoke, the more excited she became. She was full of hope and expectation. Tang Zheng smiled and said, "Since you are so kind, then let's go together." "Really? That's great." The woman was so excited that she almost jumped up. "Do you know where he is?" Tang Zheng asked curiously. The woman said in a low voice, "I heard the news before coming. It is said that this person has recently appeared near the Hongjun mountain range." "Then let's go quickly." Tang Jing couldn't wait to see Yuan Ying's clone. As they set off, Tang Zheng learned the woman's name. Her name was Bai Kuei, and she was already in the middle stage of Yuan Ying. Tang Zheng nodded inwardly. The cultivators in the realm of the gods were indeed extraordinary. She was only in her 20s, yet she was already in the middle stage of Yuan Ying. How many cultivators in the mortal world could only reach this stage in their lifetime? Of course, that was in the past. Now, the world had undergone earth-shaking changes. Yuan Ying and even higher-level cultivators were popping up like bamboo shoots after the rain. Bai Luo looked at Tang Jin curiously and asked, "You defeated the enemy so easily, you must be at the Mahayana realm, right?" Tang Jin smiled and declined to comment. He couldn't possibly say that he had already cultivated to become a god. That would be suspected of boasting. Besides, he didn't want to scare these people. However, Bai Luo misunderstood and thought that she had guessed correctly. She said excitedly, "You're so young, yet you've already cultivated to the Mahayana realm. You're too amazing. I want to learn from you. I hope you won't be stingy with your guidance along the way." Tang Zheng said casually, "Let's discuss it together." Along the way, everyone asked Tang Zheng for guidance on their cultivation. They all felt enlightened, and their cultivations rapidly increased. Bai Luo excitedly told Tang Zheng that she had faintly touched the threshold of the deity transformation realm. She would definitely be able to cross this threshold in the future. In short, both sides had gained something. Tang Zheng also learned a lot of information about the realm of the gods from them. There were many cities in the realm of the gods, and each city had a city lord who ruled the realm of the gods on behalf of the gods. Everyone in the realm of the gods was a cultivator with different levels of strength. The cultivation of each city lord was also different. The highest was in the sage realm, but the lowest was in the Mahayana realm. There were no sects in the realm of the gods, and it was all ruled by large cities. There were also villages and small towns outside the cities, but they couldn't be compared to the cities. The Hongjun mountain range was located in the northern part of the realm of the gods. It was a place of extreme cold, and normal humans wouldn't go there. However, it wasn't completely uninhabited. For cultivators who cultivated ice and snow, the Hongjun mountain range was an excellent place. Bai Luo inadvertently revealed something that attracted Tang Zheng's interest. It turned out that there were temples and altars built in every city where the gods were enshrined and worshipped by the people. If I knew there were temples, I would have gone to the city to investigate and see how the gods absorbed the power of faith from humans. Without a doubt, these temples and altars were for the purpose of absorbing the power of faith. He was doing the same in the human world. When humans worshipped the temples, their sense of belonging to the gods would become even stronger. They would contribute even more power of faith, and the gods' rule would become even more firm. If there's a chance, I must go take a look at the temples. Tang Zheng made up his mind. A few days later, the group finally arrived at the Hongjun mountain range. They saw that the mountain range was covered in white snow, and they couldn't see the end of it at a glance. However, there was a tall peak at the heart of the Hongjun mountain range, and it towered over the other mountain ranges. The cold wind was biting cold, and it whistled loudly. The cold wind was like a knife, causing pain to one's face. If it was a normal person, they wouldn't be able to live here. Only cultivators can withstand such a harsh environment. Bai Luo said, "Let's find someone to inquire about the whereabouts of that mysterious expert. Since there are rumors that he appeared in the Hongjun mountain range, the people here must have heard about it." Perhaps they know where he is. Tang Zheng nodded. Let's go with your suggestion. Bai Luo looked around. It was desolate and barren, and there wasn't even the slightest bit of vegetation. In such a cold place, no trees could grow. It's just that I don't know where there are people, Bai Luo said resentfully. Tang Zheng looked up and narrowed his eyes. He pointed in the direction of the main peak and said, Let's go that way and try our luck. Bai Luo helplessly said, All right. However, we definitely can't go to the main peak. It's an extremely cold place, and anyone who goes there will freeze to death. Tang Zheng said in surprise, Oh, is it that powerful? Bai Luo nodded seriously. I once heard that a sage realm expert went to the main peak and never came back down. In other words, even a sage realm expert had lost his life on the main peak. So a Mahayana realm cultivator like him shouldn't take the risk. Tang Zheng didn't explain any further and walked towards the main peak with the others. Someone's been here before. Bai Luo found some clues and shouted in pleasant surprise. Tang Zheng, your luck is too good. You just randomly pointed in a direction, and you guessed it right. Tang Zheng laughed involuntarily. How could he have guessed it blindly? He had truly sensed the aura of humans in this area. Then let's hurry up and find them, Tang Zheng said. Yes, you can count on me. Bai Luo's figure flickered, and she turned into a specter, quickly moving through the area. Behind her, the wind and snow danced in the air like snow fairies. They sank into the ground, and the ground immediately lit up, illuminating the area. Chapter 1870. A few shouts came from the ground. The snow spirits that had sunk into the ground flew out and exploded in the air with a few bangs. Bai Luo panicked and hurriedly explained, Senior, I didn't mean to disturb your cultivation. I just have some questions. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several figures drilled out from the ground. Tang Zheng looked at them in surprise. They were as tall as children and only half as tall as an adult. They were true dwarves. Their expressions were unfriendly as they glared at Bai Luo and said, Where did you come from? You dare trespass into the Hongjun mountain range. Aren't you afraid of death? Bai Luo looked at them in surprise and cried out, You're from the Earth Traveler race? Earth Traveler race. Tang Zheng looked at them in surprise. He had never heard of this race before, but he didn't say anything and only watched in silence. You're quite knowledgeable. You actually know about the Earth Traveler race. The Hongjun mountain range is extremely cold. Normal people can't live here for long periods of time. Only we Earth Traveler race can live underground without fear of the cold, said one of the muscular Earth Traveler race members. Tang Zheng was shocked. This race actually lived underground. It was truly inconceivable. Bai Luo and the others weren't surprised at all. Senior's words are reasonable. We just came to the Hongjun mountain range to ask for some information. That's why we disturbed you. Humph. The Earth Traveler snorted heavily as a white mist came out of his nostrils. It quickly condensed in the air and turned into an ice crystal. I hate people like you the most. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You came to the Hongjun mountain range and disturbed our cultivation. We don't welcome you. Leave. The Earth Traveler waved his hand impatiently. Bai Luo bit her lips and said respectfully, Seniors of the Earth Traveler race, we have important matters to attend to. We have no choice but to come here. Please forgive us. The leader of the Earth Traveler race said, If you want to ask for information, that's fine. Stay and be my wife and I'll tell you. Ha ha ha. The other Earth Travelers also laughed. Bai Luo blushed. Seniors, I'm only looking for information. Please don't make fun of me. I'm not making fun of you. I'm being sincere. I, Sun Dazhuang, am the most powerful warrior of the Earthen Traveler's younger generation. I'm at the age of marriage and I'm planning to get married. How would I have the time to joke with you? Sun Dazhuang's face was solemn as he spoke with certainty. He did not seem to be joking at all. Bai Luo stared at him blankly. She opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. De Zhuang is right. You're at the age of marrying a wife and having children. You don't have the time to joke around with all of you. There's nothing in this Hongjun mountain range that we, the Earth Traveler race, don't know. You've found the right person to ask for information. The other Earth Traveler race chimed in one after another. Bai Luo's face flushed red. She had volunteered herself, but now she was faced with such a difficult problem. She hadn't been able to obtain any information at all. She lowered her head in shame and glanced at Tang Zheng. Seeing that he was unmoved, she became even more anxious. Tang Zheng has already helped us so much. We can't possibly trouble him for everything. If that's the case, what value do we have? Therefore, I must succeed in this matter. Bai Luo silently thought to herself. She took a deep breath and gathered her courage. I'm not here to get married, so I can't agree to this condition of yours. If you want something else, I'll do my best to satisfy you. Sun Dezhuang curled his lips and swept his gaze over them. I don't have any other conditions. If you don't agree, then forget it. Let's go back and cultivate. Sun Dezhuang looked like he was about to return underground. Bai Luo opened her mouth anxiously, while the others were dumbfounded. There was nothing they could do. Everyone in the god realm knew that the Earth Traveler race's chief lived underground. He had an eccentric temperament and was naturally fond of fighting. Even if he faced someone much stronger than him, he wasn't afraid at all. If they provoked the Earth Traveler race, especially in the Hongjun mountain range, it wouldn't be a good thing. Bai Luo, several people shouted. Bai Luo was at her wit's end. She reluctantly said, "Wait a moment." Sun Dezhuang stopped and chuckled. You've thought it through? Let me tell you, I won't treat you badly after marrying you. Moreover, you'll be greatly honored. I'm a warrior of the Earth Traveler race, and everyone admires me. From now on, you can do whatever you want in the Earth Traveler race. Bai Luo's mood fell. It seemed like she was really going to be forced to agree to Sun Dezhuang. But before she could open her mouth, a voice drifted into her ears. Sun Dezhuang, Miss Bai Luo isn't willing to marry you. So why force her to marry you? Why don't you change your conditions? Tang Zheng spoke up to help Bai Luo. Sun Dezhuang and his companions immediately locked onto Tang Zheng and angrily said, "This is between me and her. What does it have to do with you? Don't ruin my marriage. A forcibly picked melon won't be sweet. Why do you have to be like this? Who said I'm going to use force? I want her to agree to me willingly. How can the brave warriors of my Earth Traveler race bully others? We all pay attention to using virtue to convince others." Sun Dezhuang said in a serious manner. Yes, we're all about using virtue to convince others. His companions agreed. This made them doubt their own ears. This was clearly forcing her to marry him. How could she be willing? Did they not even blink when lying? Tang Zheng had never heard such twisted reasoning. He said, "Using virtue to convince others isn't like this." "Nonsense. That's what my father taught me. I'm very smart, so I've firmly remembered it. There's definitely nothing wrong with it. Don't lie to me." Sun Dezhuang put his hands on his hips and stared at him with his large eyes, speaking in all seriousness. Tang Zheng helplessly rolled his eyes. It seemed that there was a generation gap between him and the Earth Traveler race. He simply couldn't communicate with them. Since that was the case, there was no need to waste any more time. He pulled Bai Luo behind him and said, "Sun Dezhuang, I heard that you're the #1 warrior of the Earth Traveler race. How about we have a little competition? If I beat you by some stroke of luck, you'll answer our questions." Ha ha ha. The Earth Traveler race people looked at each other and laughed loudly, as if they had heard the funniest joke in the world. Challenge me? Very well. I promise you that as long as any one of you can beat me, I'll tell you everything I know. Sun Dezhuang patted his thick chest and said fearlessly, You puny people dare to challenge our Earth Traveler race? Don't be fooled by your height. How can you be stronger than us? That's why you're asking to be humiliated. Yes, Dezhuang. Show them the power of the Earth Traveler race. This is the Hongjun Mountain Range, the homeland of our Earth Traveler race. How can this group be our match? The Earth Traveler race people were eager to give it a try and weren't afraid at all. Who wants to challenge me? Step forward. Sun Dezhuang rubbed his fists and cracked his knuckles in an aggressive manner. He swept his gaze over the group, but couldn't find anyone who was his match. Bai Luo looked worriedly at Tang Zheng. Chapter 1871. I'll do it. Tang Zheng smiled mysteriously as he stepped forward. Bai Luo's eyes shone with excitement. They didn't have absolute confidence in winning, but with Tang Zheng taking action, it would be a piece of cake. Sun Dezhuang raised his eyes. There was a large difference in height between him and Tang Zheng, but his aura was not weak at all. He sized up Tang Zheng from head to toe and said, "Who are you?" "I, Sun Dezhuang, will not exchange blows with a nameless person." Tang Zheng smiled. "You can ask me after you win." Sun Dezhuang was enraged. "In this Hongjun mountain range, other than me, Sun Dezhuang, you're the first one who dares to be so arrogant. Fine, I'll make an exception and beat you until you're looking for your teeth on the ground. Then I'll make you worship me as your master." As soon as he finished speaking, Sun Dezhuang's fist flew over, the sound of wind and thunder faintly echoing in the air. That fist grew larger and larger until it was the size of a boulder in front of Tang Zheng. Boom! The sound of wind and thunder filled the air. "Fall for me!" Sun Dezhuang roared, but his fist suddenly stopped, unable to move forward, as if it was blocked by an irresistible force. Sun Dezhuang staggered and almost fell to the ground. The others saw all of this and clearly saw Tang Zheng calmly extend his right hand and lightly press down on that boulder-like fist. The fist's attack came to an abrupt stop. Bai Luo and the others excitedly clenched their fists, looking at Tang Zheng with eyes full of worship. Sun Dezhuang made a sound of surprise. "You have some skill, but it's not enough." As soon as he finished speaking, Sun Dezhuang disappeared and drilled back into the ground. Tang Zheng lowered his head and swept his gaze over, but he couldn't find any clues. The other Earth travelers revealed excited expressions and whispered, "Dezhuang is going to use his ultimate move." "That's right. This person definitely won't be able to receive it. That's a must." Bai Luo and the others' expressions stiffened, their hearts in turmoil as they began to worry. Tang Zheng was calm and collected, but he was a bit curious as to what kind of ultimate move this Sun Dezhuang could use. After coming to the divine realm, he hadn't seen many people and hadn't seen many divine abilities. He was looking forward to meeting the Earth Traveler tribe. It was his first time meeting a tribe that lived underground. Suddenly, Tang Zheng sensed something and lowered his head to look. A hand appeared at his feet, fiercely grabbing Tang Zheng's ankle and fiercely pulling him down. Half of Tang Zheng's body was dragged into the hard, frozen ground, leaving only half of his body exposed. The Earth Traveler's excitement grew. He widened his eyes as if he was waiting for a good show. Of course, Tang Zheng could have broken free, but he didn't do so. Instead, he quietly waited for the coming ultimate move. "Ha ha ha, you dare to challenge me, Sun Dezhuang? I'll beat you until your mother can't recognize you." Sun Dezhuang's wild laughter came from underground. Boom! Boom! The frozen earth on the ground moved and turned into a giant hammer. The frozen earth was suffused with cold light as it whistled down. Bang! It smashed heavily onto Tang Zheng's head. With a loud explosion, the giant hammer was torn to pieces. Sun Dezhuang's cry of surprise came from underground. Tang Zheng actually broke his attack again. This was beyond his expectations. However, in the next second, rumbling sounds came from underground. The ground around Tang Zheng rose high, as if waves had appeared on the ground. They surged violently and swept towards Tang Zheng. The frozen earth that was as hard as a boulder could actually move and turn into waves. This made Tang Zheng's eyes light up. The Earth Traveler tribe's divine ability is extraordinary. At the very least, this earth control technique isn't something an ordinary person can achieve. The frozen earth waves swept over. Tang Zheng was like a small boat that could be smashed apart at any time. Sun Dezhuang appeared again. He stood on top of the waves and looked down at Tang Zheng. He laughed wildly. "Can you take this ultimate move of mine?" Suddenly, Tang Zheng smiled at Sun Dezhuang, causing Sun Dezhuang's heart to shiver as he had a bad premonition. "Don't scare yourself. He's just deliberately mystifying me. How can I be scared by a smile?" Sun Dezhuang patted his chest and hurriedly comforted himself. All of a sudden, Sun Dezhuang saw Tang Zheng extend his hands and gently press down on the surging waves. The waves in front of him instantly calmed down as if they had turned into a tranquil lake. The ground returned to normal. Immediately afterward, more and more waves calmed down. In an instant, all of the waves disappeared without a trace. The ground returned to normal. Meanwhile, Sun Dezhuang fell down from the waves and stood on the ground. He was only a few meters away from Tang Zheng. He stared blankly at Tang Zheng and shouted in disbelief, "Impossible! Do you also know earth movement technique?" Tang Zheng's heart stirred. This earth movement technique was definitely the Earth Traveler tribe's earth control technique. "Take a guess." Tang Zheng smiled mysteriously. Although the two had only exchanged a few moves, Sun Dezhuang already had a premonition that he wasn't this person's match. With a flash of inspiration, he immediately drilled into the ground. Bang! However, his head slammed heavily into the ground. The ground was as hard as iron, and a large bump appeared on his head. "What's going on?" Sun Dezhuang was shocked. The earth was as soft as water to the Earth Traveler tribe. As long as they wanted to, they could swim freely in the soil. However, at this moment, the earth beneath his feet was as hard as iron. He couldn't drill down at all. The Earth Traveler tribe's divine ability was also ineffective. Sun Dezhuang looked at Tang Zheng in horror and asked, "What did you do?" Tang Zheng lightly moved and got up from the ground. He stood on the ground and approached Sun Dezhuang step by step, saying, "It's just a small trick. You guys are good at controlling the earth. As long as you can break through this point, then your divine ability is nothing to fear." Sun Dezhuang was terrified. He had never heard anyone say that they could break through the earth movement technique so easily. "How did you do it?" Sun Dezhuang asked, his hair standing on end. Tang Zheng smiled mysteriously and didn't answer. The other Earth travelers finally came to their senses. Seeing that their companion was in danger, they all rushed over and roared, "Dezhuang, we'll help you!" Sun Dezhuang stomped his foot and said, "Back down! I, Sun Dezhuang, will take responsibility for my own actions. I've lost, so why should I need you guys to regain my face? Kill me if you want." After saying that, he raised his neck, showing a fearless posture of waiting to be killed. "You've got some guts," Tang Zheng praised. "Of course. I'm the #1 warrior of the Earth Traveler tribe. How could I let the Earth Traveler's prestige fall?" Sun Dezhuang said proudly. However, his heroic appearance didn't last long. He said with a sullen expression, "It's a pity that I, Sun Dezhuang, am going to die like this before I get married." He looked at Bai Luo with reluctance. Bai Luo couldn't bear to see him like this and said, "Tang Zheng, can you not kill him? He doesn't seem that bad." "Of course I'm not bad. I'm a warrior of the Earth Traveler tribe. I'm a good person." Sun Dezhuang hurriedly expressed his stance. "You care so much about me. As expected, you're someone I, Sun Dezhuang, like." Bai Luo's face turned red and she said angrily, "Don't talk nonsense." "Haha, Tang Zheng laughed loudly. Sun Dazhuang, I can spare you if you answer Bai Luo's question honestly. Chapter 1872. Sun Dazhuang said shamelessly, ask away. There's nothing in the Hongjun mountain range that I, Sun Dazhuang, don't know. Bai Luo curled her lips. Can you stop bragging? Sun Dazhuang's face turned red as he defended himself. I'm telling the truth. How am I bragging? Bai Luo waved her hand. All right, I'll believe you for now. There's a very powerful person in the Hongjun mountain range, right? He's very powerful, very powerful. With that, she lowered her voice and whispered, he's a god race, but he's different from other god races. God race. Sun Dazhuang's expression froze. His eyelids twitched as he blurted out, How did you know? Bai Luo looked as if she had expected it. I was the one who asked you first. Answer my question first. Sun Dazhuang stuttered as he could not help but look at Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng looked at him with a smile. But no matter how he looked at it, he felt that this smile did not have good intentions. He shuddered inwardly. Sun Dazhuang, didn't you boast that you know everything in the Hongjun mountain range? Sun Dazhuang's face turned red as he raised his neck and said, Of course I know. Isn't it that person? He is indeed in the Hongjun mountain range. Bai Luo's eyes lit up as she hurriedly asked, Then where is he? Sun Dazhuang pointed at the tallest mountain in the distance and said, On that mountain. Humph, speaking of this person, his temper is really bad. Our Earth Traveler race went to visit him, but he refused to meet us. Who does he think he is? If it wasn't for Father stopping me, I would have challenged him and let him know the power of the Earth Traveler race. Bai Luo stuck out her tongue and made a funny face. She said, You're bragging. He's so powerful. How could you be his match? You can't even beat Tang Zheng. In other words, Tang Zheng was much worse than that person. Bai Luo only realized the problem after she finished speaking. She looked at Tang Zheng in embarrassment and said, Sorry, that's not what I meant. Tang Zheng laughed and shook his head. It's fine. Sun Dazhuang said indignantly, What you said is the truth. What's there to apologize for? How can he be stronger than that person? Even my father said that he was very powerful. Bai Luo glared fiercely at Sun Dazhuang and pouted, Shut your mouth. No one thinks you're mute. Sun Dazhuang shrunk his neck and muttered, You can't even tell me the truth. That's too much of a bully. Bai Luo Quan pretended not to hear and continued to ask, The mountain peak is so high. Where exactly is that person? Moreover, I heard that he is not alone. Who else is with him? Sun Dazhuang chuckled. You've asked the right person again. Although I haven't seen him before, I have the right to speak on this issue. He's at the peak of the main peak. That's not an ordinary place. Ordinary people can't climb up at all. If you go, you'll all turn into popsicles. Only our Earth Traveler race can go up there. Of course, true experts can also go up like that person. When everyone heard this, they were secretly speechless. Indeed, he's not alone. He's with dozens of experts. I wonder where he found them. Not only are there Mahayana realm experts, but there's also Saint realm experts. That's the highest level below the god race. Sun Dazhuang's eyes lit up with anticipation. One day, I'll also cultivate to the Saint realm. You only want to cultivate to the Saint realm? Tang Zheng asked. Sun Dazhuang rolled his eyes. What do you mean, only want to? That's the highest level below the god race. It's the limit of what humans can reach. It's a realm that countless people dream of. Don't you want to cultivate to the god realm? Tang Zheng asked. Become a god? Sun Dazhuang's eyes widened as he stared at Tang Zheng as if he was looking at a monster. She keeps saying that I'm bragging. You're the real braggart. You want to cultivate to the god realm? Admirable, admirable. Ha ha ha. The other Earth Traveler race members all laughed, thinking that Tang Zheng was overestimating himself. It was a fantasy. Bai Luo and the others had strange expressions, seemingly agreeing with Sun Dazhuang's words. Tang Zheng shook his head inwardly. It seemed that the people of the god realm had a deep-rooted belief that it was impossible for them to become a god. Bai Luo stomped her foot angrily. You're not allowed to laugh. Sun Dazhuang, aren't you very familiar with the Hongjun mountain range? Then take us to the main peak. If anyone else had made this request, I definitely wouldn't have agreed. But since you're the one who asked, then I won't refuse. Sun Dazhuang patted his chest and said, I'm the only one who can take you to the main peak. It's a good opportunity to meet that person. My father always told me not to go, but I refused to listen. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Sun Dazhuang, Bai Luo, and the others hit it off and immediately flew toward the main peak. The cold wind was like a knife, cutting people's cheeks painfully, almost turning them into popsicles. They were all cultivators, but some of them were still shivering from the cold. The Earth Traveler race members didn't feel any discomfort. It was clear that they had long since adapted to this harsh weather. I'll protect you. Otherwise, you'll all freeze to death before we even reach the top. Sun Dazhuang took out an earthen yellow bead and said, This is the earth elemental bead. It can block the wind and snow. An earthen yellow light burst forth from the bead and immediately enveloped Bai Luo, turning into a ball of light that blocked the wind and snow outside. Sun Dazhuang also hid inside the ball of light and tried to curry favor. I'll protect you. However, a figure flashed and Bai Luo pulled Tang Zheng into the ball of light. Tang Zheng, you come in too. Sun Dazhuang rolled his eyes and glared at Tang Zheng. He said resentfully, My other brothers can protect him. Just let them protect the others. Aren't you very powerful? Then let's protect one more person. You can't do it, right? Bai Luo asked deliberately. She was gradually getting a better understanding of Sun Dazhuang's nature. As expected, Sun Dazhuang's eyes widened and he patted his chest. Why can't I do it? I can definitely do it. Tang Zheng nodded. Men can't say they can't. Sun Dazhuang's eyes lit up and he praised. Right men can't say they can't walk. This saying is too well said. The other Earth travelers also took out their Earth elemental beads to protect the others and block the wind and snow. The main peak looked close, but it was actually quite a distance away. After a long time, they finally reached the foot of the main peak. The wind and snow on the mountain were too strong, and even the Earth elemental beads were unable to block the terrifying wind and snow. As such, they could only land at the foot of the mountain and climb it on foot. Only then could they avoid being blown down from the sky and smashed into meat paste. Sun Dazhuang took the lead and rushed to the front. Behind him were Bai Luo and Tang Zheng, while the others were a step behind. Sun Dazhuang deliberately increased his pace in order to shake off Tang Zheng and have a chance to be alone with Bai Luo. Unfortunately, no matter how fast he walked, he couldn't shake off Tang Zheng. In the end, it was Bai Luo who couldn't keep up with the two of them. Sun Dazhuang was protective of the fairer sex and had no choice but to stop. Tang Zheng took in all of his little tricks, and a smile appeared in the corner of his eyes, but he did not expose him. Boom, boom, boom. Chapter 1873. The loud sound caused Sun Dazhuang's expression to change as he shouted, Great avalanche! Bai Luo and the others had puzzled expressions. They were all Xiuzhe. How could they be afraid of an avalanche? Only Tang Zheng narrowed his eyes slightly as he detected something. This definitely wasn't a normal avalanche. Sun Dazhuang stomped his foot and said angrily, Retreat! However, the loud sound was already above their heads. They couldn't retreat at all. Boom, boom, boom. They finally saw the scene of the avalanche. It was white snow that covered the sky. It surged and fell from the sky as though it had the power to destroy the world. But this wasn't the most terrifying part. Bolts of lightning flashed in the white snow, crackling endlessly. Everywhere the lightning passed, everything was torn to pieces. They finally understood what Sun Dazhuang and the others were feeling. They screamed at the top of their lungs, "Run!" Sun Dazhuang grimaced and shook his head. "It's too late. We can only take the risk and try. Everyone gather the earth elemental beads and hope they can hold on for a while." The people of the Earth Traveler race immediately gathered together, and a few earth elemental pearls rose up slowly. Streaks of earthen yellow light gathered together and transformed into a huge ball of light, protecting everyone. Boom! The white snow and lightning hit the ball of light at almost the same time. Without any effort, the ball of light crumbled into pieces that scattered with the wind. Not good. Their expressions froze as they widened their eyes in despair. If even the earth elemental beads couldn't stop it, then their bodies were even less of a match. To think that I, Sun Dazhuang, will die on this mountain before I get married and have children. It's really a loss. Sun Dazhuang shouted tragically, "Bai Luo, I didn't marry you in this life, but I will definitely marry you in the next life." Bai Luo had been panicking, but when she heard Sun Dazhuang's words, her face turned red and she was very shy. Then her heart darkened. Sun Dazhuang wouldn't have come here originally. All of this was because of her, so she really owed him. At the last moment, she gathered her courage and gritted her teeth. She responded in an almost inaudible voice, "If there really is a next life, I will marry you." Sun Dazhuang heard this and was overjoyed. He laughed loudly and heroically. "Ha ha ha! With your words, I will die a worthy death. See you in the next life." The others also felt the same way as they looked at the rolling avalanche in despair. The avalanche was already right in front of them. Some people subconsciously closed their eyes and tensed up. They were dumbstruck and lost their ability to move. Suddenly, a person stepped out from the crowd and walked forward. "Tang Zheng!" Bai Luo cried out involuntarily, "What are you doing?" Tang Zheng turned around and smiled, not saying a word. "He wants to block the avalanche." Sun Dazhuang saw through Tang Zheng's thoughts and shouted in disbelief. "How is that possible? This is like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. It's impossible." The others nodded in agreement with Sun Dazhuang's words. Tang Zheng turned a deaf ear to him and stomped his foot heavily. The earth shook as if there was a burst of energy gushing out from the ground like a volcanic eruption. The great avalanche happened to be right in front of him, but it was unable to move forward. Instead, it split into two and rolled down the mountain around him. It was as if there was a powerful energy in his body that blocked the avalanche. Even the avalanche could not do anything to him. Pa, pa, pa! A bolt of snow-white lightning flew toward Tang Zheng in an attempt to devour him. However, just as the lightning was about to strike Tang Zheng, it abruptly stopped and disappeared into thin air. The others were petrified as they watched this scene in disbelief. Many pairs of eyes fell on Tang Zheng's body. No matter how they scratched their heads, they could not figure out how he had done it. A formless energy protected everyone as the avalanche rolled down the mountain around them without them being injured in the slightest. Only the deafening rumbling sound remained between heaven and earth, causing their minds to go blank. Time passed by, and the rumbling sound gradually disappeared. However, they still hadn't come to their senses. They stared dumbstruck at Tang Zheng as if they didn't know him at all. Tang Zheng turned around and saw everyone's shocked expressions. He smiled faintly and said, "Let's continue climbing." Whoosh! Sun Dazhuang rushed in front of Tang Zheng like a gust of wind. He looked him up and down as if he wanted to see through him. He asked in a nervous and curious voice, "How did you do it?" Tang Zheng smiled and said, "It's just a small trick. It's not worth mentioning." Sun Dazhuang's face reddened. If that was a small trick, then what was his? Do you have some kind of powerful magic treasure? Sun Dazhuang racked his brains and thought that he had found a reasonable explanation. Tang Jing nodded. Yes, his hidden profound sword was a holy weapon, so of course it was a powerful magic treasure. However, it had nothing to do with him blocking the avalanche. When Sun Dazhuang heard this, he immediately came to a realization and muttered to himself, I knew it. You must have some kind of powerful magic treasure to be able to block the avalanche. He did not try to get to the bottom of it. After all, magic treasures were too important to cultivators and would not be easily shown to others. Bai Luo immediately came to Tang Jing's rescue. She said, Sun Dazhuang, do you know the difference between you and Tang Jing now? You didn't lose unjustly at all. Sun Dazhuang pouted angrily, feeling indignant. Suddenly he had an idea. He said, We didn't die, so you can marry me now, right? That's what you promised me. Bai Luo remembered the promise she had made in the face of danger, and her face turned red. She said, I was talking about the next life, not this life. AI, the next life can be brought forward to this life. Sun Dazhuang said shamelessly. How could Bai Luo continue to argue with him? Seeing that Tang Jing had already started to climb the mountain, she chased after him, saying, Let's climb the mountain first. Sun Dazhuang resentfully curled his lips. He said, Then let's climb the mountain. Humph! A good woman is afraid of a pestering man. I don't believe that you won't agree. The group continued to climb the mountain and did not encounter any more danger. However, the air became colder and colder. Many people's teeth chattered, unable to withstand the cold. Tang Jing glanced at them and waved his hand. A ray of light fell down and protected them. Immediately, it was as warm as spring. Everyone raised their heads in shock and stared at Tang Jing. He was still as calm as ever. Everyone's hearts trembled as they realized that Tang Jing was far more powerful and unfathomable than they had thought. Sun Dazhuang also fell silent. What little confidence he had left completely collapsed as he realized that he was not Tang Jing's opponent. Previously, it was not wrong for him to lose to Tang Jing. We're here. Suddenly, Tang Jing stopped in his tracks and gazed at the main peak. The others all looked over and sucked in a breath of cold air in disbelief. A city. To be more precise, it was a bustling city under construction. Sun Dazhuang said in shock, How could someone build a city here? One had to know that the environment here was harsh and not suitable for human survival. Building a city was a thankless task, and it was also extremely difficult. Bai Luo's eyes lit up. Could it be that person who built it? Is it him? Sun Dazhuang gulped in disbelief. No wonder his father was so respectful of someone who could build a city here. Chapter 1874. The main peak had already been razed to the ground, and a group of people were busy building a city. Tang Jing and the others looked over, as if they wanted to see their target in the crowd. Suddenly, Bai Luo pointed at a person and said, Carefree Master! It's really him. The others cried out in confirmation. Tang Jing frowned. He had never heard of this name before. Who was this person? He still couldn't find his Yuanian clone in the crowd. Taoist Mo. Bai Luo pointed at another person and cried out in alarm. Immediately, cries of surprise rang out as they called out one name after another. Tang Jing didn't hear a single name, but the others were shocked. It was obvious that these people's identities weren't ordinary. Tang Jing asked in astonishment, You know them? Who are they? Bai Luo and the others looked at Tang Jing as if they were looking at a monster. Sun Dazhuang couldn't help but ask, Have you never heard of their names? Tang Jing smiled faintly, tacitly agreeing. Where did you come from? You don't even know these famous people? Sun Dazhuang said in disbelief. Tang Jing smiled bitterly. Forgive me for being ignorant, but I really don't know. Sun Dazhuang sized up Tang Jing as if he was looking at a monster. He said, You're amazing. These people aren't ordinary people. They've been famous in the god realm for a long time. Oh, then why are they here? Tang Zheng asked curiously. The others looked at each other. Sun Dezhuang curled his lips and said, I also want to know. Bai Luo said thoughtfully, could it be that they've all submitted to that mysterious expert? Sun Dezhuang rubbed his chin and pondered for a while before saying, we can't rule out that possibility. Tang Zheng walked towards the city with large strides and said with a smile, we'll know if we ask. When he got close to the city and saw all these experts, his pupils shrank. These people all had a mysterious seal on them that was forcefully restricting their life. As long as someone willed it, these seals would activate and they would immediately die. Tang Zheng was shocked and muttered to himself, what a powerful brand. It seems that they were not willing. Who are you all? When they approached, the other party immediately berated them aggressively. Bai Luo and the others paled in fright, not knowing what to do. Tang Zheng stood tall and said calmly, I'm here to look for your leader. Bai Luo and the others looked at Tang Zheng with complicated gazes. This group of people's auras were too powerful. Just a few shouts were enough to make their heartstrings tremble. But Tang Zheng didn't seem to be affected in the slightest. It was truly strange. Find him? The other party's expression changed greatly. What qualifications do you have to find him? Tang Zheng smiled and said, you don't need to be qualified to find him. Arrogant. Do you think we're just decorations? Is he someone you can meet just because you say so? The group of people's tone was unkind, and they were not prepared to let them pass. Tang Zheng shook his head and sighed, how arrogant. He strolled towards the other party. Bai Luo and the others turned pale with fright and screamed, stop, don't go up. It was clear that the path ahead was too dangerous. The other party wouldn't let them pass willingly. They were all famous experts in the divine realm, and there was more than one of them. How could Tang Zheng pass through their human wall? Tang Zheng turned a deaf ear to them and leisurely walked forward. Under everyone's gazes, he met the group of people in front of him. Boom! An earth-shattering power soared into the sky, surging towards Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng stood in the middle of it, as if he had walked into a raging sea. He was like a stabilizing needle, walking forward without being affected in the slightest. This scene caused many people's jaws to drop. How did Tang Zheng do it? Question marks appeared in everyone's minds. Watch me. Another person also used a divine ability. A gale swept up snowflakes, turning them into a snow dragon that roared as it rushed forward. Bang! The snow dragon exploded, turning into snowflakes that fell from the sky, not harming Tang Zheng at all. Me too! Me too! The others shouted and attacked at the same time. Immediately, earth-shattering sounds rose and fell one after another as countless attacks rained down on Tang Zheng like a torrential storm. Tang Zheng's footsteps did not stop, walking past these attacks. Then, one figure after another cried out in alarm as they were sent flying. Soon the world quieted down. Everyone's jaws dropped as they watched the scene in disbelief. Tang Zheng walked into the city, completely ignoring the experts who had been defeated by him, as if this was a matter of course and not worth being surprised. Suddenly he stopped and turned to Bai Luo and the others, saying, let's go. The several people seemed to have awoken from a dream as they dragged their heavy steps to Tang Zheng's side. Pairs of eyes stared at him. Sun Dezhuang swallowed his saliva and asked, how did you do it? Tang Zheng smiled. Didn't you all see it? What did they see? They didn't see Tang Zheng make a move at all. But the group of people's attacks were quickly disintegrated and they were sent flying. This overturned their understanding. One had to know that there were Saint Realm experts in this group. They were the strongest existences below the god race. How could they be defeated so miserably? Bai Luo looked at Tang Zheng in a daze and smacked her lips, exclaiming, I didn't know you were so powerful. Tang Zheng smiled, saying, I've made a fool of myself. No one laughed. Their faces seemed to be petrified their expressions frozen. "Who are you?" Suddenly, one of the people who had been defeated by Tang Jing shouted. Tang Jing smiled but did not say anything. He did not reveal his identity and walked straight into the depths of the city. This city was very big, but it was empty. Other than those experts, there was no one else. Why is this place so deserted? Bai Luo gradually came back to her senses and looked around, muttering curiously. Tang Jing's eyes were like lightning as they locked onto the city, Lord's residence in the center of the city. This city was similar to the other cities he had seen in the God realm. Countless buildings in picturesque disorder surrounded the city, Lord's residence. And the most important person in this city lived in the city, Lord's residence. Yuan Ying's clone, I'm finally going to meet you. Tang Jing thought silently, full of anticipation, but he was also a little puzzled. After the group of experts saw him, they did not treat him as Yuan Ying's clone. This did not seem to make sense. After all, when that God race expert went to the mortal realm and saw Tang Jing, he treated him as Yuan Ying's clone. In other words, Yuan Ying's clone appeared in Tang Jing's appearance. Then, these experts couldn't have seen Tang Jing's true appearance and still be indifferent. So, there must be a secret behind this. Let's go to the city, Lord's residence. Tang Jing went straight to his destination. The others looked at each other anxiously, but they could not voice their opinions. They could only follow his footsteps and arrive at the city, Lord's residence. Creak. When they arrived at the city, Lord's residence, the door opened with a creak, as if the person inside had been waiting for them for a long time. Tang Jing's expression was normal, but the others' expressions changed greatly. Tang Jing had caused such a big commotion. How would that mysterious expert deal with him? Chapter 1875. This was an unfamiliar face. He stood behind the gates of the city Lord's manor, looking at the newcomers with a smile that wasn't a smile. Tang Jing and the others also stared at him. This person's aura was very subtle. He was standing right in front of them, but he seemed to be far away. If they closed their eyes, Sun Dezhuang and the others wouldn't be able to sense his existence at all. He was like a wisp of air. Without a doubt, this person was an expert. As for whether or not he was the legendary mysterious expert, they couldn't be sure. Why do I feel the urge to kowtow to him when I stand in front of him? Bai Luo asked guiltily. The others felt the same and nodded in agreement. Sun Dezhuang also nodded resentfully. Be careful. We came here directly to cause trouble, so he definitely won't have a good attitude. Several people felt bitter in their hearts as they looked at Tang Jing. He was the one who had attacked, so they didn't know what he would do when faced with this person. Unexpectedly, Tang Jing's expression was calm as he said, "We finally meet." "Yes, you're finally here," the other person replied lightly, as if he wasn't surprised by Tang Jing's words. The others looked left and right, dumbfounded. What was going on? Tang Jing knew very well that the person in front of him was an unfamiliar face, but it was definitely his Yuan Ying clone. Yuan Ying had come from him, so he naturally wouldn't be mistaken. Even if he changed his appearance, he would still be able to recognize him. Tang Jing suddenly understood. No wonder the experts outside didn't recognize him. It turned out that Yuan Ying's clone had a different appearance. Back then, he had only just arrived in the God realm, so he appeared with Tang Jing's appearance. Later on, for some reason, he changed this. "I'm very surprised to see you. You came much earlier than I expected," Yuan Ying's clone said. He had used the power of the heavenly Tao to become a god. Tang Jing didn't have the power of the heavenly Tao to borrow, so Yuan Ying's clone couldn't figure out how he had become a god. Thus, he was filled with curiosity, which was why he showed himself. Tang Jing understood the subtext of his words and said, "You have your chance and I have mine. However, what you did was beyond my expectations." Yuan Ying's doppelganger laughed and pointed at the city outside, saying, Didn't I tell you that I wanted to come take a look and show them my power? I'm doing that. You're amazing, but you almost got me into trouble. Tang Zheng smiled bitterly. Yuan Ying's doppelganger's heart trembled, and he let out a long sigh. Sigh. I also thought of this later, which is why I became like this. I didn't expect that I would still bring you trouble. Changing the topic, Yuan Ying's doppelganger's gaze landed on Sun Dezhuang and the others. He smiled and said, You're not bad yourself. You actually walked together with the earthen traveler. Hearing this, Sun Dezhuang immediately straightened his back. However, in front of Yuan Ying's doppelganger, he was still too short, and his imposing manner was completely lacking. The earthen traveler is not bad, but compared to the talents I've gathered, they're too lacking. Yuan Ying's doppelganger's next words immediately dealt a heavy blow to Sun Dezhuang. He raised his head in defiance and said, What did you say? This is the truth. Even if the earthen traveler's chief, your father, were here, I would say the same thing. He wouldn't be able to refute me. Yuan Ying's doppelganger played down Sun Dezhuang's identity. Whether it was Tang Zheng by Luo or the others, they were all shocked. Sun Dezhuang's background was so great. He was actually the son of the earthen traveler's chief. Sun Dezhuang glared. You can insult me, but you're not allowed to insult the earthen traveler. If you speak rudely again, believe it or not, I'll beat you up. Sun Dezhuang puffed up his cheeks in an aggressive manner, seemingly unafraid of Yuan Ying's doppelganger. His clansmen had long since been scared out of their wits. They hurriedly pulled Sun Dezhuang back and said, Calm down, calm down. Everyone knew that Sun Dezhuang was no match for him. Moreover, this person wasn't lying. After all, those people outside were all elites who had been famous for a long time and had all been recruited by him. Compared to them, the Earth Traveler tribe indeed paled in comparison. Tang Zheng patted Sun Dezhuang's shoulder, indicating for him to calm down. Sun Dezhuang glanced at Tang Zheng and resentfully withdrew his aura. He also knew that he wasn't a match, but he couldn't control his temper. On the other hand, Bai Luo's eyes lit up as she looked deeply at Sun Dezhuang. Since you and I have met, why don't we find a place to talk? Tang Zheng suggested. However, Yuan Ying's doppelganger shook his head and refused. I know what you're thinking. Although we have a deep relationship, I'll take responsibility for what I do. It's useless for you to persuade me. Moreover, with your temperament, since you've come this far, there's no turning back. You'll do the same thing as me. Tang Zheng raised his eyebrows and unknowingly fell into deep thought. Yuan Ying's doppelganger truly understood him. He was doing what Yuan Ying's doppelganger was doing, fighting against the god race. It was just that the two of them had chosen different paths and methods. Yuan Ying's doppelganger saw that Tang Zheng was silent and knew that he understood his words. His competitive spirit rose, and he said, Actually, I know that you're quite dissatisfied with what I've done. Let me tell you, I'm also dissatisfied with what you've done. Since we can't see eye to eye, why don't we make an agreement? What agreement? Tang Zheng asked curiously. We'll use our own methods and see whose method works in the end. Whoever obtains the final victory will be considered to have defeated the other party, and the other party will unconditionally submit. From then on, there will be no disloyalty. Yuan Ying's doppelganger's eyes flashed with anticipation and madness. Tang Zheng's heart trembled. He and Yuan Ying's doppelganger were ultimately one body, and perhaps they would become one again in the future. But who would be in charge? After all, both of them had already cultivated to godhood, and neither of them would submit to the other. Both of them wanted to be in charge. Now that Yuan Ying's doppelganger had proposed this agreement, it was a competition. Whoever won would be in charge, and the other party would submit. You don't dare? Yuan Ying's doppelganger goaded him. This was his only way to replace him. Moreover, he had already done a lot of preparatory work. He was confident that he would win. Although Bai Luo and the others didn't understand the specific meaning of the agreement, they understood that this person was unfathomable. There was absolutely no hope of winning if they competed with him. In their eyes, this was the truth. Thus, Bai Luo hurriedly advised, Tang Zheng, think twice before you act. Although Sun Dazhuang dared to talk back to Yuan Ying's doppelganger, he wasn't stupid. He earnestly advised, Bai Luo is right. There's no need to compete with him. Many pairs of eyes stared at Tang Zheng, all hinting at him not to do anything stupid. Tang Zheng smiled and said, I appreciate your good intentions, but I have no choice but to compete this time. All right, I'll agree with you. Let's see who wins in the end. Yuan Ying's doppelganger's eyes lit up and he laughed wildly. Ha ha ha, good. I know you're a man of your word. Then let's wait and see the results. I'm looking forward to it. I'm also looking forward to it. Tang Zheng originally wanted to share the matter of the power of faith with Yuan Ying's doppelganger, but since they were competing, there was no need for that. Moreover, Yuan Ying's doppelganger had his own beliefs and choices. Even if he said it, the other party might not believe him. Then forgive me for not seeing you off, Yuan Ying's doppelganger said. I still have many things to do. Tang Jing nodded and turned to leave. Sun Dazhuang hurriedly chased after him, but then stopped. He looked at Bai Luo standing in place, feeling troubled. Chapter 1876. Bai Luo stood in place, stuck between a rock and a hard place. She had originally come for Yuan Ying's clone, but now that Tang Zheng and Yuan Ying's clone were on bad terms, she didn't know what to do. Sun Dazhuang's attention was on Bai Luo. Seeing her troubled expression, he asked, Bai Luo, aren't you going to leave? Bai Luo hesitated. I don't know. Tang Zheng also stopped and turned his head, just in time to meet Bai Luo's gaze. Panic flashed through Bai Luo's eyes. She didn't know what to do. Tang Zheng smiled. I'll recommend a few people to you. They all worship you, so they're here to join you. Yuan Ying's clone was taken aback for a moment, then laughed loudly. How good. Don't worry. I'll definitely put you to good use here. Everyone was overwhelmed with emotions. This person's subordinates were all experts who had been famous for a long time. Just the thought of being able to fight alongside them made their blood boil. Thus, apart from Bai Luo, everyone else nodded excitedly. Yuan Ying's clone smiled in satisfaction. These people's strength was mediocre and couldn't enter his eyes, but he still agreed. That was because Tang Zheng's words were effective. These people were with Tang Zheng, but they were here to join him. Didn't this mean that Yuan Ying's clone was superior to Tang Zheng? Thus, he naturally agreed happily. Tang Zheng obviously knew what Yuan Ying's clone was thinking, but he didn't mind. He smiled and turned to leave. Wait. Bai Luo suddenly called out. Tang Zheng stopped in surprise, and Yuan Ying's clone was no exception. He frowned slightly. Wasn't she here to join me? Why did she call out to Tang Zheng? Tang Zheng looked at Bai Luo in confusion. Is there something else? Can I go with you? Bai Luo hesitated, as if she had to muster up a lot of courage to ask. Tang Zheng was stunned. He wasn't the only one. Everyone else also looked at Bai Luo in shock. Yuan Ying's doppelganger frowned. How could he not understand what was going on? This person, who had originally sought refuge with him, had chosen Tang Zheng in the end. Wasn't this a blatant slap to his face? The joy in his heart vanished without a trace. Bai Luo's companions found this inconceivable and hurriedly advised. Bai Luo, what are you saying? Don't talk nonsense at this time. That's right. Isn't this what you've been dreaming of? Now that your dream has come true, stop fooling around. They were worried that Yuan Ying's doppelganger would blame her. Bai Luo was a reasonable person and knew that they were doing this for her own good. But she couldn't get over the hurdle in her heart, so she said resentfully, I'm sorry, I want to go with Tang Zheng now. Maybe my previous thoughts were too simple and one-sided. Bai Luo didn't know why she suddenly changed her mind. But these were her truest thoughts, and she had only spoken the truth. She was a very simple person. If she had something on her mind, she would say it directly. Her companions were dumbfounded and didn't know how to persuade her. They said disappointedly, "You'll regret this." In their hearts, although Tang Zheng had shown some outstanding qualities, how could he be compared to Yuan Ying's doppelganger? Thus, Bai Luo's decision was naturally wrong. Tang Zheng hadn't expected this either, but since Bai Luo had made her decision, he wouldn't refuse her. "Okay, then come with me." Tang Zheng glanced at Yuan Ying's doppelganger. The other party's expression was unfriendly, so Tang Zheng ignored him and walked out. Bai Luo gathered her courage and quickly followed Tang Zheng's footsteps. Sun Dazhuang came back to his senses and looked at Bai Luo's back. His eyes lit up as he praised, "As expected of the woman I like. So domineering and flavorful." After saying this, he snuck a glance at Yuan Ying's doppelganger and discovered that he was like a volcano about to erupt. He hurriedly fled and chased after Bai Luo with his companions. The group walked out of the city and walked down the mountain under the gazes of the experts. Bai Luo chattered nonstop with Bai Luo. Bai Luo's cheeks were red from his praise, and she didn't know how to respond. She glanced at Tang Zheng's back and hastened her footsteps. She walked side by side with him and asked nervously, "What should I do next?" Tang Zheng smiled. "We'll see. There's bound to be something for you to do." Bai Luo made an "oh" sound and said, "Did we offend that person?" Tang Zheng hesitated for a moment before saying, "To be more precise, they're competitors with him. Do you still remember the agreement I made with him?" Bai Luo nodded blankly. She didn't know what this had to do with anything. Sun Dazhuang looked suspiciously at Tang Zheng and asked, "What agreement did you make with him?" The two were acting so mysteriously. The others were all confused and didn't know the contents of the agreement. Tang Zheng smiled mysteriously and kept them in suspense. He said mischievously, "If you want to know, then take me to see your father." Sun Dazhuang was clearly startled. His brain couldn't wrap itself around this and asked blankly, "Why are you looking for him?" "I want to have a heart-to-heart talk with him." Tang Zheng smiled mysteriously. Sun Dazhuang looked suspiciously at him. What's there to have a heart-to-heart talk with an old man like him? However, no matter how aggressively he looked at Tang Zheng, it was to no avail. Tang Zheng's mouth was too tight. Sun Dazhuang couldn't get any useful information out of him at all. He said, helplessly, "All right, I'll take you to see him. I want to see what you two have to talk about." At the same time, Sun Dazhuang's interest in Tang Zheng increased greatly. He wanted to get to the bottom of this and figure out what he wanted to do. "Bai Luo, I'll take you to see the world of our Earth Traveler race. It'll definitely broaden your horizons." Sun Dazhuang changed the topic and locked onto Bai Luo with full force. Bai Luo said longingly, "Is that so? Then I'll definitely enjoy it." The group descended the main peak and didn't encounter any more danger. Under the guidance of the Earth Traveler race, the group arrived at a secluded place. The ground was covered in white snow. It was unknown how much it had covered. Sun Dazhuang shot a divine ability into the ground. Crack! As if something had activated, the ground trembled. A large door slowly opened on the ground, revealing a flight of stairs. The stairs were too long and extended to unknown ends. Sun Dazhuang and his companions took the lead and walked down the stairs step by step. "Let's go," Sun Dazhuang urged. Tang Zheng said to Bai Luo, "Let's go and see the Earth Traveler race. Not everyone has this kind of lucky opportunity." Bai Luo smiled with a complicated expression as she followed Tang Zheng's footsteps. One in front, one behind, they walked down the stairs. Creak! Behind them, the door closed. Their vision darkened, then lit up again. Bai Luo's eyes widened as she looked around. She saw gems embedded in the walls, emitting a gentle light and illuminating the path ahead. A moment later, they reached the end of the stairs, and their vision opened up. Tang Zheng didn't find this strange and only stared ahead. Bai Luo couldn't hide the shock on her face. She looked around and couldn't take her eyes off everything. This underground world was completely different from what they had imagined. This world was colorful, and there were gems embedded in the walls and ceiling. She really didn't know where they had found so many gems. Just how much wealth was this? Sun Dazhuang's group attracted countless gazes after they appeared. They all bowed to Sun Dazhuang, and Sun Dazhuang also returned their greetings. This was completely different from before. It was a different side of him. Bai Luo watched with great interest, and her eyes couldn't help but light up. Sun Dazhuang had always vowed that he would marry no one but her. She was originally disgusted. However, she gradually understood Sun Dazhuang and found that he was very loyal. She didn't hate him as much. Sun Dazhuang's image in her heart became more vivid. Tang Zheng and Bai Luo received countless gazes because it had been many years since an outsider had come here. Tang Zheng welcomed everyone's gazes. His eyes were like the sun in spring, making people feel as if they were bathing in the spring breeze. It was as if they could temporarily forget the world of ice and snow outside. Chapter 1877. A group of people walked over, and Sun Dazhuang hurriedly went up to greet them, shouting, "Father, look who I've brought you!" The leader of the group was an old man with a white beard, but his muscles were strong as if they were filled with explosive power. The wrinkles on his face also seemed to contain power. In short, this old man didn't look old at all. He was the chief of the Earth Traveler race, Sun Dazhuang's father, Sun Jiugong. He looked up and sized up Tang Zheng and Bai Luo. His gaze swept past Bai Luo and settled on Tang Zheng, a strange look flashing through his eyes. He couldn't see through Tang Zheng. He already knew that he was a saint, but he couldn't see through a person. It was clear how serious this was. This old man has poor eyesight and has been cooped up here for many years. I don't know the world and experts of the outside world. May I know who you two are? Sun Jiugong said after some consideration. Sun Dazhuang hurriedly introduced. This is Tang Zheng. He's very powerful. This is Bai Luo, Bai Luo anxiously glared at him. Sun Dazhuang shrunk his neck and chuckled, whispering into his father's ear. Sun Jiugong's eyes flashed with surprise, and his gaze toward Bai Luo also changed. There seemed to be more kindness and friendliness. Bai Luo anxiously stomped her foot. Just what did Sun Dazhuang say? Sun Dazhuang chuckled, ignoring Bai Luo's threatening gaze. Sun Jiugong said loudly, "Honored guests have come from afar, so please stay here first. My son will show you the splendor of our underground world." Tang Zheng nodded. "Guests will follow the host's wishes. Then we'll follow Chief Sun's arrangements." He was neither servile nor overbearing, neither too fast nor too slow. His temperament was subduing, causing others to look at him in a new light. "Then come with me. I'll show you our world. This is the only place. There's no such thing outside," Sun Dazhuang said, as if he was presenting a treasure. After the few of them left, everyone immediately started talking at once. "Chief, who are these two people? Why did you let them stay? No outsiders have ever come to our world. Isn't this too much of a joke?" Sun Jiugong said with a smile, "That's not right. Dazhuang has taken a fancy to that girl." Huh. Everyone was shocked and congratulated him one after another. "Congratulations, clan leader. Dazhuang has finally brought back a wife. The Earth Traveler tribe has a successor." Sun Jiugong stroked his beard. He had a son at an old age, but his son's marriage was still a worry for him. This time he was filial and brought back a wife from outside. Sun Jiugong laughed out loud. "That girl can stay, but what about the other one? That's a man." "That's right. He's an outsider. We can't let him stay." Sun Jiugong's smile faded as he solemnly said, Don't you see that this person's background is very big? How powerful can his background be? We, the Earth Traveler race, are content with our territory. Even if the God race comes, we won't lower ourselves. With such a ferocious person on the main peak, we won't provoke him. He didn't provoke us either, so what do we have to be afraid of? Sun Jiugong nodded and said earnestly, "You are right, but I think this person is not ordinary, so I want to see what his purpose is." Everyone felt apprehensive and asked, "Could he be coveting our Earth Traveler race's treasures?" Everyone knows that our Earth Traveler race has many treasures. Who knows how many people covet them? Sun Jiugong didn't comment and said, "Let's see first. Since Dazhuang met them, he must know a bit about them. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought them back so rashly." The patriarch made the final decision. Even if everyone had objections, they could only swallow them back into their stomachs. Sun Dazhuang was forcibly called back by his father, even though he always wanted to stay by Bai Luo's side. "Father, I'm with Bai Luo right now. Why did you call me back?" Sun Dazhuang asked in dissatisfaction. Sun Jiugong said seriously, "I have business with you. It won't be too late for you to go to the romance later." Sun Dazhuang's eyes lit up as he preemptively asked, "Do you want to know about Tang Zheng's background?" "Haha, my son knows me best." Sun Dazhuang said with a matter-of-fact expression, "No one knows a father better than a son." "How could I not know? I've been waiting for you to ask." "Stinking brat." Sun Jiugong comforted him and glared at him with a smile. Sun Dazhuang narrated every detail of his encounter with Tang Zheng in detail. He emphasized his encounter with a person on the main peak and didn't leave out a single detail. Sun Dazhuang analyzed. Tang Zheng's origins are too mysterious. He definitely isn't simple. Since he wanted to come to the Earth Traveler race, I brought him here. I have a feeling that he has a purpose for coming here. Perhaps it's not a bad thing for our Earth Traveler race. Father, you didn't see how he faced the person on the main peak. He wasn't afraid at all. Moreover, the two of them had an agreement. They seemed to be evenly matched competitors. Evenly matched. Sun Jiugong's eyelids twitched fiercely. That person is in the God race realm. Tang Zheng is evenly matched with him. This is too inconceivable. Yes, I think so too. Sun Dazhuang nodded heavily and said doubtfully, "But I had this feeling at the time." He seemed to know that person very well and wasn't afraid of him at all. Only if he was strong enough would he not be afraid of that person. Sun Jiugong looked pensive. "Dazhuang, your information is very important and your analysis is very reasonable. You finally know how to use your brain and not blindly act recklessly." Sun Dazhuang's face turned red as he argued. "How can I only act recklessly? I've always known how to use my brain. No matter how strong this person is, he can't be underestimated. Since he's come, I naturally can't keep dragging this out. I'll observe him for a few days and then probe his intentions." Tang Zheng and Bai Luo had been in the underground world for several days. Tang Zheng was quite happy and content as he admired the local customs of the underground world. Because the Earth Traveler race was generally short, their architectural style and other unusual items were a size smaller. However, their items were all very exquisite. The Earth Traveler race was nimble and dexterous. Although they were all big and burly, and even the women were no exception, they were very clever. Many of the items they made were breathtaking. Of course, there was another point that made Tang Zheng's eyes light up. The Earth Traveler race had many treasures. Whether it was a normal person or a prominent person, their houses were decorated with many gems. After the initial novelty passed, Bai Luo became sullen. Sun Dazhuang stayed close to her almost every day, which made her very angry. However, she was not afraid of being beaten or scolded. He was like a dog's skin plaster that she could not do anything about. Tang Zheng looked on with a smile. A good girl was afraid of being pestered. Sun Dezhuang seemed to have set his eyes on her. In time, he might really be able to get Bai Luo. At that time, Bai Luo had resolutely chosen to leave with Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng was grateful and decided to help her. Her cultivation was too low, so Tang Zheng decided to teach her the heavenly god arts and build a divine bridge. Bai Luo was confused, but after hearing Tang Zheng teach her the heavenly god arts, she immediately realized how extraordinary this ability was. She asked in astonishment, "What kind of ability is this?" "Heavenly god arts." Bai Luo was confused. Clearly, she had never heard of the heavenly god arts at her level. Chapter 1878. Sun Jugong was in a daze, his expression fluctuating as he muttered to himself. Heavenly God technique. He actually knows about the heavenly God technique. Who is it? Bai Luo turned pale with fright when she heard the voice outside. Bang! With a sweep of Bai Luo's palm, the door opened, revealing Sun Jugong to the two of them. Tang Zheng was unperturbed. He had long since noticed Sun Jugong standing outside. As for him, teaching Bai Luo the heavenly god technique, he did not hide it from him and instead deliberately told him. Now it seemed that Sun Jugong really did know about the heavenly god technique. Could it be that he also wanted to cultivate to become a god like the Fengdu necropolis lord? "So it's you, clan leader Sunday." Bai Luo was a little embarrassed and bowed slightly. Tang Zheng only nodded slightly and did not say a word. Sun Jiugong's face turned red. He was caught eavesdropping and hurriedly explained, "I just arrived. I didn't mean to eavesdrop." Tang Zheng waved his hand and said enigmatically, "It's fine. It's not a secret. I didn't mean to hide it from clan leader Sunday." Hearing this, Sun Jiugong let out a sigh of relief, but he couldn't help but be curious and ask, "This isn't a secret?" Back then, a peerless genius appeared in the god realm, but unfortunately he fell. Although not many people know about it, there are still people who know about it. "I'm sure clan leader Sun is one of them, right?" Tang Jing asked. Sun Jugong hesitated for a moment, then nodded and admitted, "Yes, I was fortunate enough to meet him back then, but I didn't receive his true teachings. Later on, the heavenly god technique was lost. I went through many twists and turns to ask around, but I couldn't find any clues. Where did you get it from?" It's natural for clan leader Sun to suspect the authenticity of the heavenly god technique. As for its origin, I can't say too much. As for its authenticity, I'll pass it to you and you'll know. Tang Zheng was natural and unrestrained, not intending to hide the heavenly god technique. This greatly shocked Sun Jiugong. The heavenly god technique was so important, yet Tang Zheng wanted to pass it to him. This was too generous. Sun Jugong did not know what to do and said, "The art of the heavenly god is too important. How can it be passed on so easily?" Tang Zheng smiled nonchalantly and said, "Perhaps that person thought that the heavenly god arts were too important, so he didn't spread it out in time, causing a bright pearl to be covered in dust." Tang Zheng would never do such a thing. What's more, if no one cultivates it, no matter how powerful the heavenly god technique is, it's useless. Sun Jiugong was deeply moved as he was convinced by Tang Zheng's words. Bai Luo had never heard of the heavenly god technique, so she thought it was an ordinary divine ability. Only after hearing their conversation did she realize the value of the heavenly god technique. "Tang Zheng, the heavenly god technique is so important. Are you really going to teach it to me?" Bai Luo asked doubtfully. For cultivators, any kind of supernatural power was extremely precious. Most people would not easily pass it on to outsiders because it was the key to their own victory. However, Tang Zheng did not hide anything at all, which greatly subverted their understanding. Tang Zheng handed over the jade slips he had prepared beforehand to the two, saying, "The heavenly god technique is in these jade slips. The heavenly god technique is a method to build a divine bridge and reach the deity realm. The two received the jade slips and impatiently immersed themselves in it. They were immediately shocked by the heavenly god technique's miraculous effects and were petrified on the spot. After a while, the two seemed to have woken up from a dream and looked at Tang Zheng with tears of gratitude. Sun Jugong's tears flowed freely, saying, "Hearing the Tao in the morning, dying in the evening can be content. Now that I have the fate to see the heavenly god technique, I can die without regrets." Tang Zheng smiled. "Just looking at it isn't enough. You still have to cultivate it." Sun Jiugong's expression dimmed, saying, "The heavenly god technique is indeed miraculous, but cultivating it requires the power of faith. Otherwise, it won't be able to build a divine bridge and raise one's cultivation. Although the divine world is big, the power of faith is unique to the divine race. We don't have any power of faith, so there's no way to cultivate the heavenly god technique." Sun Jiugong couldn't hide his disappointment. Bai Luo's expression stiffened and her head drooped. Tang Zheng laughed loudly. "Haha, what's so difficult about the power of faith?" With a tap of his finger, 2 streams of energy shot out and entered the two's bodies. Everything happened so quickly that Bai Luo didn't even have time to react. Sun Jiugong's thick eyebrows rose, but it was too late for him to resist. He could only watch as the 2 streams of energy entered his body. If Tang Zheng was an enemy, he would definitely have died on the spot. Sun Jiugong was shocked, wondering just how high Tang Zheng's cultivation had to be able to do this. Bai Luo anxiously asked, "What is this thing?" She discovered that there was an extra stream of energy in her body, but it didn't harm her, so she couldn't help but be curious. The power of faith. Tang Zheng casually said these 4 words. Sun Jiugong and Bai Luo cried out in unison, "Power of faith!" Tang Zheng said with a smile, "This power of faith is enough for you to cultivate for a while and raise your cultivation. In the future, when you've used it all up, I'll give you more." The way the two looked at Tang Zheng changed again and again, as if they didn't recognize him. Was power of faith so easy to obtain? Why did Tang Zheng's tone sound like it was easy to obtain? This completely overturned their understanding of the world. How do you have so much power of faith? Sun Jiugong couldn't help but ask. Tang Zheng smiled mysteriously. "You only need to know that you don't need to worry about power of faith and can focus on cultivating the heavenly god arts. Not only can you cultivate the heavenly god arts, but everyone in the Earth Traveler tribe can cultivate the heavenly god arts." "Then they all have power of faith?" Sun Jiugong blurted out. Tang Zheng nodded. Sun Jiugong felt a little dizzy. The world was changing too quickly. Was power of faith a cabbage? It could be obtained so easily? "In this god realm, I am the only one who can provide you with so much power of faith," Tang Zheng added. Sun Jiugong nodded in a daze. Suddenly he had a flash of inspiration and asked, "Could you be a member of the god race?" "God race?" Tang Zheng was stunned and burst into laughter. But it was no wonder Sun Jiugong misunderstood. After all, power of faith was exclusive to the god race. If one wasn't a member of the god race, it was impossible to have so much power of faith. And you're not an ordinary member of the god race. You must have an extraordinary position in the god race to have so much power of faith. Sun Jiugong muttered to himself. "Then, do you think I look like a member of the god race?" Tang Zheng asked mischievously. Sun Jiugong looked at Tang Zheng in a daze and shook his head firmly. "No, the god race is the enemy of my Earth Traveler tribe. They are arrogant and look down on the Earth Traveler tribe. They don't even bother to talk to us. They would never do something like you." Tang Zheng raised his brows and looked at Sun Jiugong from head to toe. He was very surprised. Sun Jiugong actually dared to say that the Earth Traveler tribe was the god race's enemy. Tang Zheng had been in the divine realm for so long, other than the people in the 9 nether underworlds who dared to say something like this. He had never seen anyone else who dared to say something like this. He couldn't help but ask, curiously, "Is there a grudge between the Earth Traveler tribe and the God race?" Sun Jugong nodded heavily. "Of course, this grudge has lasted for countless years. Unfortunately, we are too weak to take revenge." Chapter 1879. Tang Zheng didn't expect the God race to have a grudge with the Earth Traveler race, but this was good news for him. What is the grudge between the God race and the Earth Traveler race? Can Patriarch Sun tell me in detail? Tang Zheng asked curiously. Sun Jugong looked deeply at Tang Zheng and said, "There's no harm in telling you. The Earth Traveler race is one of the earliest races in the God realm. When the world was created, two races were born in the God realm, the God race and the Earth Traveler race." Tang Zheng was dumbfounded. The Earth Traveler race had such a long history, and they were a race that was born when the God realm was created. Sun Jiugong looked at Tang Zheng and Bai Luo's expressions, and it wasn't hard to guess what they were thinking. He smiled bitterly and said, "The God race's cultivation talent is amazing, far surpassing our Earth Traveler race." Over time, the Earth Traveler race was left far behind. The God race was high and mighty, and considered themselves the masters of the God realm. Moreover, they started countless wars with us, and finally forced us to the Hongjun mountain range, a cold and barren place, wanting us to fend for ourselves. How ruthless! We're both races born in the God realm, and we're like brothers. Why would the God race do such a thing? Bai Luo said indignantly. Sun Jugong said, self-deprecatingly, "The God race didn't treat us like brothers. They thought that we were born small and short, a disgrace to the God realm, so they always wanted to destroy us. In the end, they found that they couldn't, so they forced us to the Hongjun mountain range, expecting us to die in such a harsh environment. It's a pity that we, the Earth Traveler race, have struggled to survive." Amazing! Tang Zheng praised sincerely. He knew how difficult it was to achieve all this, and how much effort and sacrifice they had to put in. Immediately, he felt deep respect for the Earth Traveler race. Almost no outsiders know about this part of history, and only our Earth Traveler race knows about it. After all, the God race treated us like this, so we naturally wouldn't flatter ourselves and take the initiative to get involved with them, Sun Jiugong said bitterly. The Earth Traveler race is very noble. There's no need to get involved with the God race, because that would be lowering our status, Tang Jing said. Sun Jiugong was stunned for a moment before he burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, well said! We, the Earth Traveler race, are not on the same side as the Celestial race, of course. We don't want to have anything to do with them. However, if the God race listens to you, they will definitely grind your bones to dust and scatter your soul." Tang Zheng chuckled and said, "If I don't say that, they'll do the same to me." "That's true. After all, you have the heavenly God technique and the power of faith," Sun Jugong said meaningfully. The enmity between the Earth Traveler race and the God race has lasted for so many years. It's time to put an end to it. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Tang Zheng said directly. "We didn't have the strength before, but now that we have your heavenly God technique and faith power, we have to end this grudge with the gods." Sun Jiugong's eyes burned with fighting spirit. "But who are you? Why do you have the heavenly gods, secret art, and the power of faith? I can't see through you. You aren't of the God race, so how did you do all this?" Sun Jiugong asked doubtfully. He racked his brains but couldn't think of an answer. Tang Zheng hesitated and said, "Allow me to keep you in suspense for now. In the future, you will naturally find out. He came from the human world. If his identity was exposed, would it spread to the ears of the God race? Now that two gods had come to the human world, how much would the God race's hostility toward the human world increase? He didn't need to think to guess one thing. For the safety of the human world, he had to hide his identity. Sun Jiugong stared at Tang Zheng with burning eyes, as if he was weighing the pros and cons. In the end, he nodded and said, "All right, I believe you. I look forward to the day when I find out the answer." "That day will come," Tang Zheng said with certainty. "Patriarch Sun, since the enmity between the Earth Traveler race and the God race goes back so long, you must know a lot about the God race, right?" "Of course. Only by knowing ourselves and our enemy can we survive. Moreover, the one who knows ourselves best is our enemy. We have been the God race's enemy for countless years and have long since seen through them." Sun Jiugong patted his chest and said matter-of-factly. Tang Zheng was waiting for these words. During this period of time, he had been thinking of a way to deal with the God race. Whether it was the plan he and Hades' Lord came up with together, or him passing the heavenly god art to the Earth Traveler race. These were all part of the plan. However, these were not enough to defeat the God race. The God race's foundation was too deep. As long as they had an endless supply of power of faith, even if they failed, they would have a chance to rise again. He only had one chance to fight the God race, one chance to determine victory and defeat. Moreover, the God race would never be able to rise again. What did the God race rely on to survive? The power of faith. This was the source of their power. Only by cutting off the source of their power of faith could they defeat the God race from their foundation. Tang Zheng had thought of this plan, but he hadn't put it into practice because he lacked crucial information. The appearance of the Earth Traveler race solved this problem. This was a pleasant surprise. Sun Jiugong heard something and asked curiously, "Could it be that you want to know some information about the God race?" "Of course," Tang Zheng said with a smile. "I want to know which world the God race's power of faith comes from." "Which world does the power of faith come from?" Sun Jiugong looked at Tang Zheng in astonishment and said, "You actually want to know this?" "Is there a problem?" "No problem, I'm just curious. What is your goal in wanting to know this?" Sun Jiugong asked. "To cut off the source of the God race's power of faith." Tang Zheng said calmly, but these words were like a clap of thunder. Bai Luo couldn't help but cry out in shock as she looked at Tang Zheng like he was a monster. Sun Jiugong couldn't hide his shock and asked, "You actually have this idea? I advise you to give up on this idea." "Why?" "Because the Earth Traveler race's ancestor once thought of this method, but unfortunately it didn't succeed." Sun Jiugong shook his head and said resentfully. Tang Zheng's eyes lit up and he said excitedly, "Great minds think alike. This means that this method is feasible." Sun Jiugong looked helplessly at Tang Zheng and said, "Didn't you hear clearly? The Earth Traveler race didn't succeed." Tang Zheng smiled and said, "I don't mean to belittle the Earth Traveler race, but I haven't tried it myself, so I definitely won't be satisfied." Sun Jiugong said, "You won't turn back until you hit the southern wall. You have guts, but I still have to say that this method won't work." Tang Zheng clearly wasn't convinced. "It's precisely because my ancestor once tried this method that I happen to know the answer to your question. The God race's power of faith comes from 9 worlds. Apart from the God realm, there are 8 other worlds, but each world and the God realm have spatial restrictions." Tang Zheng remembered this and said, "There are actually 9 worlds. Apart from the God realm, Fengdu must be one of them." Of course, this is something everyone knows. Fengdu was snatched from the 9 underworlds by the God race. The other 7 worlds are even larger than Fengdu and contribute even more power of faith. Tang Zheng said, "The world I came from is one of them. There are 6 other worlds. Where are they?" You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.